This is Sage. Welcome to another. This is Lee, I should say. Welcome to another edition of Sage Talk. Okay, so this topic and why I chose it. Basically, I chose this topic because obviously, with the death of that young rapper today, that was a very unfortunate situation that occurred. I'd first like to send my regards and my condolences to his children and his family for their loss. But this situation has really caused me to give some real thought about us as a people. Now, I know some YouTubers have already laid the blame or some of the blame for his death at the feet of the young lady, the girl, his girlfriend, while others have laid the blame at his feet for not being, I guess, man enough or observant enough or whatever to have made a better decision. But one of the things I'd like to dispel, because I've heard several people make the comment, and the notion I'd like to dispel really is that women are like children. I hear that a lot in this space, and I understand the reasoning behind it and why so many men make that assertion. But just because someone seldom takes responsibility for their actions, or they sometimes make decisions that lacks forethought and maybe insight, some people might say, I think much of this is really on the shoulders of men because we perpetuate it. We are the one that always make the claim to insinuate that because they don't think like us and because they don't behave like us and that their reasoning to us appear as though it's childlike or even innocent, that they, women, are unaware of their actions and even the consequences to the actions that they may do. I would say not. I don't think that women are unaware of their actions. I think they're perfectly aware of what they do and what they say and the consequences of those actions. The problem is, most times, as I stated before, most of us men, we tend to negate women of their responsibility to things that they do. And we kind of categorize it as, oh, it's some form of innocence or because it lacked forethought, it's like a child not looking further down towards the consequences of what might happen. Maybe they did look down the road and knew exactly what would happen. Maybe they just know from history and from centuries of time upon time upon time that they could play on the sensibilities of men to do what we always do. We equate it to the actions of a child, thereby taking away the accountability because children behave in a very similar manner. Therefore, if a woman behaves like a child or seems to do things similar to how a child would do it, or their reasoning imply that they don't think things through. I think different. I think that there are many animals in the wild that mimic the behavior of other animals to seduce their prey. And I think that women can be just as cunning. Just because we as men are not cunning in that way, we're more deliberate, doesn't take away the fact that they think different. Their survival instincts are different than ours. Now, I'm not going to take anything away from the brother. I believe PNB is the name he went by as a rapper. Obviously, the young brother made bad decisions. Going to a location as he did, that particular location, from what I hear, was not a good choice. But the thing is, a woman who cares about a man usually can spot those misguided judgment. Women have good instincts when it comes to danger and when it comes to situations that just don't seem right. Women pick up on stuff that sometimes most men either overlook or just don't see because of our courage and our braveness and maybe even our ego and arrogance. But women in general tend to observe things that we as men tend to overlook. And this, again, is a good reason why it's very important as a man, especially if you are a successful man or you're working towards your success. It's very important that you choose, and I'll emphasize this, that you choose the right woman. Because in some instance, it could be, especially as a black man, and when you're very visible, and when you like to flaunt your success, having a woman with you that actually cares about you is important. Now, I've heard the question stated whether or not some people believe it was her posting that created that situation that led to his demise. And whether or not I believe she's to blame, if not wholly, in part, for his death. My answer to that question is yes, absolutely. And here's my reason why. They have been together for quite some time. They have a child together, from what I know or have heard. That is a significant amount of time for a woman to get to know a man his habits, his behavior, reckless or not. And I don't believe that she's a dumb person or a person who doesn't have a clear mind. As I said earlier, women have an uncanny ability to perceive or sense danger. Now, I'm sure this was not their first time going out and hanging out since they had a kid together. They've been dating for a while. They know each other. She knows him. She knows more than likely he can be a reckless dude. Maybe he gets into his emotions. Maybe he's got a chip on his shoulder. Maybe he feels he has something to prove. All of those things could be true. But one thing I do know about men is that if a man is with a woman that he cares about, he listens to her opinion. And if a woman is insistent about something, had she been insistent about one, not going there, or after she was there, not feeling comfortable, he would have left. It's unlikely for me to think that she did not know something could jump off if she posts their location. I'm sure she has done it in the past, posting their location when they've done things out together. And maybe nothing happened in those instances. Maybe she just liked the intrigue of violence, and maybe it turns her on. Some women are like that. From what I heard, he had a previous altercation several hours before he went to eat. So he may have been hyped already. Now, obviously, I can't say that she knew what the outcome would be. But I think she knew something would go down once she posted it. And that I think is careless. It's careless for her because if she cares about the man, it's someone that she should not want to see harm come to. And the fact that they have a child together, you would want to see that child have a father for a long time. Again, for me, I would say this is a lesson for us men to learn from. That probably next to your career, which you'll invest a lot of time in to build and get established, choosing the woman that's going to be by your side, to be your mate, to be your wife, and even at the stage to be your girlfriend. The wrong choice can cost you your life. And that's the reality in life at this point. And another thing I'd like to say about this subject, you know, I'm not big into rap, but I do pay attention to the news and I watch as much stuff as I can when I'm free on YouTube. And I hear a lot of stuff that goes down, and I see a lot of these young guys, which to me it seems as though so many young people want to have street cred, acting as though that they're street smart, when in reality they're not. The bottom line is Street skills come over time. You don't pick it up in a year or two. You got to grow up in an environment. Things your friends teach you or you learn, you pick up from older guys when you're 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. You're picking up from guys that are 16, 17, 18, 19. Sometimes some old heads may drop some wisdom on you. You witness shit that go down. There's a lot that goes into becoming street smart. And to be honest, I mean, it's like our community has now become like the wild, the jungle. And I do mean the wild because one misstep, one error can cost you. And in the past year, it seems like a good half a dozen rappers have bit the dust. And some of them, though they may have been trying to do something nice, good, you know, going into the hood once you have already made it out seems to be a decision that is perilous. It leads to their demise. And to be honest, people that have street skills, even if you flow in different parts of the country, you know how to move, especially when you're in foreign, non-home territory that is perceived as dangerous or could be dangerous. And it appears that this young brother just did not have those skills. So I would say this as my personal advice to whoever may watch this stream at a later date, or even if you're watching it now, catching it live. Stop perpetrating a fraud. Stop perpetrating a fraud because the streets will test you. And those tests, when you fail, the outcome is usually not good. Now, I'm going to move on from that particular issue, but there is another story I'd like to cite. I'm not going to go into it too much in detail. If you want to see the entire story, Pink Book Lessons, she did a nice presentation about this earlier. And it's about a young woman, I think Tavia Chapman is her name. She's from Ohio, either 23 or 24 years old. And about a month ago, while going shopping, her and her boyfriend, he left his phone in the car and she decided to scroll through it. In doing so, she came across some messages between her boyfriend and her sister that she believed that they might have been doing something. Unfortunately, the way in which she decided to resolve or handle this situation, I think lends itself to the topic of today's conversation. First, she had an altercation or brief argument inside of the supermarket. And then later, I guess she went back outside and she waited for her boyfriend to come out. Now, she had her 8-month-old daughter in the back of the car or van. And when the boyfriend was coming out the front door, she stepped on the gas in an attempt to run him over. Ironically, at the same time, there was an older white man going inside the store at the same time. She hit both of them. Her boyfriend, I believe, got a broken leg. The old white man never recovered. He wasn't that old. He was only 58, but he had recently also gotten hit when he was on his motorcycle by a vehicle, had been paralyzed from his neck down. So that had to have happened at least maybe a year or two ago, because he had recovered and he was walking. He was walking with a cane, but yet he was walking. Now, this young lady is facing life in prison. Murder one is the charge, attempted murder, I guess, for trying to run over her boyfriend, child endangerment for running off and leaving the baby in the car after she ran them over. She has so much of a past for proving herself to be violent. She was caught smacking up her 7-year-old daughter, hitting her in the face. She refused to return custody of a 4-year-old to his father, which I'm assuming is a different father than the one she was with as a boyfriend. So it seems that she's a piece of work. She's very violent, have little or no emotional control. But these are the everyday situations and incidents that are occurring in the hood daily in the community. And it seemed like our first and only methodology to resolve, whether it's betrayal, the appearance of betrayal, or some other slight that someone have done to one of us, it's like we choose violence first. Violence is A, and that's the only choice. There's no B, there's no C, it's just violence. So my question to the audience, those of you who are listening, are Black people genetically violent or bad, but violent particularly? And before you answer the question or before you react, I just want to lay out some things before we get into this part of the main topic. This is a question that I've asked myself many times in the past, because I grew up in a violent community and I know my community, and I've lived in both Brooklyn and Manhattan, and I've seen a lot of violence go down growing up. And as a grown man, I read the news and I see what goes on overall. I've seen people get taken out. But it seems to me that many times over the years, all I see is us killing us. We're always being killed, primarily in an extensively large amount, overwhelmingly, Black people killing Black people. And I know many people can give or try to provide stats about other people who kill themselves or people killed by commit crime by proximity. By proximity, I'm gonna be honest with you, I could care less about those stats. I don't really give a damn. I don't care what other people do or why they do it. I'm concerned about what we do and why we do it. Because many times when people use those sentiments, it's clear. It's to create a diversionary tactic to sidestep the issue, avoid the conversation, because it's easier to deflect than to look inside of ourselves. Now, you guys know me in general that I don't give out disclaimers in general. But for this conversation, I will put a disclaimer out because I want people to think about this conversation in an honest of way as possible that you can. And to eliminate even the slightest speculative or speculation, thought of being considered, or someone was to put forth in the chat some other type of diversionary disclosure, I'll say this. I am not, not, speaking of all Black people, particularly Black Americans, because this conversation is about Black America and Black Americans. So I'm not speaking about all Black people and particularly all Black Americans. Therefore, if you are the individual or the type of individual that do not fall into the category of this discussion, there's no need there's really no need to cite not all, because I'm making it plain that it's not all. There are many people where violence is not their first, second, and in most cases, not even their third choice. And there are probably some where violence is not even a choice at all. Black people, that is. So definitely I'm not applying it to all of us. But it's prolific enough for it to be noticeable. It happens with enough frequency, it happens with enough violence, and it happens to both great and small, rich or poor, famous or infamous. Doesn't matter. So what I'd like us to really do is to be as clear-minded as possible, with great introspection of yourself, the people you know, whether it be family and friends, homies that you grew up with, time past or present, and even within your own self. Analyze this broad question: are Black people genetically violent or just bad? And I'm going to lay out for this part of the discussion, I'm going to lay out a series of questions. I've got 8 primary questions, and then I'll make my closing arguments. I believe I have an example, a personal example. And then I'd like for those who want to come up on the panel and have us have the conversation. I would make one recommendation to everyone in the chat who is listening and watching. I would like for you guys to write down the questions. There are only 8 of them. So you can see them, reflect on them, think about them as we have this conversation today. And maybe even look at it after Sage Talk is off the air. First question, and I'll take my time to give you guys an opportunity to make your note wherever you're going to do that. The first question, why do we as Black people seem to always choose the negative as opposed to the positive? It appears that, I'll repeat the question again. Why do we as Black people seems to always choose the negative as opposed to the positive? And this is just a commentary. It appears that we often choose a wicked option instead of a righteous option. The second question, why do we choose to kill as opposed to protect life? I'll repeat it. Why do we choose to kill as opposed to protect life? Now, some questions I do have a commentary, some I don't. When I have a commentary, I'll make my comments. The ones that I don't have a commentary for, I'll just move on to the next question. My commentary here is, to me, it seems as though we choose to kill each other at such a high rate. I don't know what the percentage is, nor do I know what the numbers look like compared to other groups, ethnic or race. But to be honest, I don't care. I'll repeat number 2 again. Why do we choose to kill as opposed to protect life? Question 3. I find myself asking the question, is there a gene in us as Black people that makes us violent or evil or even bad? I'll repeat question 3. I find myself asking the question, is there a gene in us as Black people that makes us evil, violent, or even bad? And if so, do we carry that gene more than anyone else? Part 2 of that question 3. And if so, do we carry that gene more than anyone else? Question 4. Are we genetically a violent people? Are we genetically a violent people? I have a commentary on this. Now, I know this is an argument many white people have put forth many times to justify their genocide actions toward us and other people that they themselves are guilty of. But I would like to have this conversation amongst us, Black people, we ourselves, without the white man in the conversation. Are we willing to consider this question? And if the answer is no, not no to the question, but if the answer to the question, are we genetically a violent people? If the answer to that question is no, then what is the solution for us to solve this deadly problem of self-annihilation? Question 5. Why do we tend to promote the Most High, or what people may commonly say as God, the Bible, Jesus Christ, the wearing of the cross, so much? I'll repeat it again. Why do we tend to promote the Most High, or what we call God, Jesus Christ, the Bible, and the cross so much? Commentary. Yet many times, or yet many of us are the least to keep or do anything the Bible says for us to do to have a safe and prosperous life. I'll repeat the commentary again. Yet many of us are the least to keep or to do anything the Bible says for us to do to have a safe and prosperous life. Question 6. Why do we always blame white people for the bad outcomes that we have? I'll repeat the question. Why do we always blame white people for the bad outcomes that we have? Commentary. And sometimes it seems that we never take the responsibility for the bad choices that we made, but give excuses in the form of reasons, circumstances to justify why. Question 7, next to last question. Why do we always blame slavery for the things that happen in 2022? I'll repeat it again. Why do we always blame slavery for the things that happen in 2022? Commentary. The oppressiveness of slavery ended more than a century ago. The oppressiveness of slavery ended more than a century ago. The last question, question 8. Is poverty the reason for all the decisions that we make that are either bad or violent? I'll repeat the question. Question 8. Is poverty the reason for all the decisions that we make that are either evil or bad. Commentary. I've lived in one of the poorest nations in the world. And there is crime, a significant amount. But you can go to some of the poorest neighborhoods, and the people there are some of the kindest people and will give you the last that they have to share with you. So, again, I ask the question, is poverty a reason for all the decisions that we make, whether evil or bad? And the reason I ask this is because I hear that excuse put forth very often. It's because of poverty. It's because people are poor. But people are not stealing to feed their children. People are not stealing to pay the rent, the light bill, the gas bill, or even the phone bill. They're doing it for other reasons. Now I'll cite a personal experience of mine. There have been 2 times in my life where the counsel I was given by friends was for me to take revenge. But for me, life is a very high thing. And when I say high thing, I mean it's a very valuable thing. I don't believe that I have the right to just take it just like that. In hindsight, looking back, especially for prepping and thinking about what I was going to say in regards to this conversation today, one of the events happened over 40 years ago. I was still a teenager. So obviously, my friends that were my counsel were also teenagers. The other event occurred when I was in my early 30s. I may have just, no, I think I was 32 or 33. So I had pretty much just entered my 30s. So that was about 30 years ago as well. But I was a grown man at that time. And there were some whispers and people telling me, you know what? You need to make an example of him. At the time, I didn't. I'm glad that I heed my own advice. And I did not heed the counsel that I got from my friends. Because taking a man's life, or a woman's life, or a child's life is a very serious thing. And I don't think we put so much value on it. For us, it's like gum on the bottom of your shoe. It's an annoyance. Make your step feel slow, sluggish, messed up the bottom of your new shoe. Get rid of it. You know, one of the things is that I do believe in God, the Most High. I do study and read the Bible. And one of the things that the Most High said is that he will compensate you 10 times greater for that which you have lost. I've never found money to be something enough for me to take another man's life. Now, some people will differ with that. I've been fortunate that money have not been hard for me to make. I've been fortunate that I've had developed some skills and abilities and work ethic as well, that I've usually been very successful in most of my jobs, with the exceptions of the ones that I quit, right? But in overall, I've always been financially successful in what I've done. So I've made good money. And I've loaned money out to many, many people. I think I talked about this a week or so ago. And if I was to try to calculate how much money the people owe me that I've lent money to, it would definitely be in the high five figures, north of 50 grand for sure. I don't know if it'll reach 100, but it'll be well above 50. And there were instances when, I was told, you need to make an example of so and so. But if I didn't have such a high self perspective about the value of life and such a strong belief in that the Most High always right all wrongs, and that he will give you justice. And justice is a sweet thing, don't get me wrong. I've participated in people getting a good ass whipping at my hand and sometimes at others. So it's not like I'm opposed to meting out some type of self-gratifying manner in which to make yourself feel like I feel better now. But I can say at the age that I am right now, looking back in my life, I'm very glad that I have not taken anyone's life, particularly any black man's life. Well, obviously, no black woman or child have crossed me to make me even consider that. But I've had instances where encounters with other black men where things could have gotten to that point or escalated. But I'm very good at thinking on my feet. I don't let my emotions overwhelm me. And though I appear to be more patient now, particularly the way I speak and you guys see me, 30 years ago, 40 years ago, I was a hothead. Trust me. I would throw hands with anybody, anytime, anywhere. But now I have a bit more perspective. What I'd like What I would like is those of you in the audience to consider, is there ever a reason in your mind that you could think of? And meditate first before you respond, and let it not be a knee-jerk comment in the chat. Is there ever a reason in your mind that you can think of that would justify you taking another man's life? Hypothetically speaking, of course, right? We don't want to put anything out because this is a very deep conversation. And sometimes people like to use a double entendre, play on words, and try to flip things and make it say something that someone did not say, or try to create an interpretation that was not put forth. So hypothetically speaking, is there ever a reason in your mind that you can think of that would justify taking another person's life? But more importantly, of the 8 questions that I cited forth, which one stood out more to you, and how would you respond to it? What I'd like to see is, or have, is some of the brothers come on up, join the panel, and let's have this conversation. Because I do think it's a worthy conversation to have. I think as Black people, we tend to, I don't know if it's a matter of being helpless, hopeless, weak, or the perception of being weak, that for us to show our strength, it must be demonstrated with violence. And that for whatever reason, that violence only comes across and is perpetuated against each other, Black on Black violence. There are many people who are violent toward us in America, have been, and some continue. But we're very rarely would take violence against those who perpetrate or commit violence against us. So I'm not sure if that is a courage issue or if it's a psychological issue. And I know this is not an easy conversation for many of us to have. Okay. Okay, PSWII 603 says it's sickening Mr. Lee could have this as a topic. Came here to see Mr. Lee, not chaotic. Well, I'm asking a question. I am not putting forth an answer. I don't believe I know the answer. And whatever my speculative thoughts might be, I'm not trying to put forth an answer. I do think that I'm not sure who this person is, whether it's male or female, but wherever you may live in America, in the US, I'm sure you encounter, whether through the news or through your social environment, you hear about and see a lot of violence. And it's not like the violence is new. It's been going on for a while. And like I said, 603 PSW 603, this is a sensitive topic, absolutely. It will get under some people's skin, absolutely. But I think it's a question when you see women killing children, when you see women trying to kill men, even the people that they say they love in a relationship with, on an assumption, failed to complete the act, but killed a totally innocent person that had nothing to do with it, now potentially will spend the rest of her life in prison, having 3 children who will grow up to know that their mother is in jail for murder and she attempted to murder one of the children's father. I'm just saying, are we willing to have such a deep conversation? I'm not going to put forth speculations of mine as to my leanings, but I think the people that comes to the Lapeef Network are broad-minded enough to have some very deep conversations. And I would think at least some of the people that tune in to Sage Talk have the emotional and the mental fortitude to have this conversation, to look at the problem inside and out, to examine ourselves and examine our people, and then maybe, possibly maybe, one of you may have the ability or the wisdom to find the solution. Because I think we need a solution. Wasn't it just a couple of weeks ago? Just about? Was that Labor Day? 50 something people got shot up in Chicago. 11 died. I mean, jokingly, I think Logic said we should not have any more holidays in the United States because black people go crazy on holidays and start shooting each other up. I can remember, now that I'm speaking about it more in length, I can remember when I was 14, I got my working papers to work. And the first place they sent me was to a hospital in Harlem, Sydenham Hospital, for those of you who know Harlem, on 21st Street and Amsterdam Avenue. I think it's a senior citizen center now. My first week was 4th of July weekend. The police brought in 2, I remember if they were brothers or if they were uncle and nephew. Brought them in handcuffs. They got into a knife fight, slit each other up. That was like a Wednesday or Thursday or Friday, I'm not sure which day it was because I was there for like 2 or 3 days. I went back to the main office and I'm like, you got to put me someplace else. I am not working in a hospital. That was my first experience where I saw serious violence, family against family. How is it that we could so easily want to kill a brother, not just a brother, but your blood brother? Same mother, maybe same father, or maybe both, or cousins, or uncles. This is a real situation for us. Unemployment is going to continue to go up. Inflation is going to continue to go up. Cost of living is going to go up. Income is probably going to be stagnant. If violence is a justification because of lack of income or resources, then it's quite possible 2023 is going to be a record-breaking year in the Black community. So though the conversation is a difficult one to have, I think it needs to be had, because it could be the difference when you find yourself in a situation, maybe just by having this conversation, that you take a moment, you think before you allow your emotions to act on your behalf. That 24 hours later, you might regret. Now, Carrie says ethnic cleansing is needed. Now, Black people, we're a race. We're not an ethnicity. But if that's what you're implying, who's going to do the ethnic cleansing? Because usually ethnic cleansing is done by someone of a different ethnicity. Are you saying that you would be happy with white people cleansing Black people? Is that the idea that you're putting forth? Is that a solution? Is that something you would like to see in mass? I mean, I'm just trying to elicit whether or not, because I know sometimes young people tend to just come off the cuff and say whatever and think it makes sense. But ethnic cleansing is another ethnicity or another race in an attempt to eliminate one other race. Are you saying that being that white people are dominant to us, the solution would be white people eliminating us? You have no more desire to live? You don't have children? You don't hope to have grandchildren? You think the earth and the world would be a better place if we cease to exist from this planet? I'm not sure what your statement meant. Maybe you can clarify, Carrie. Hey, Blake, good afternoon. How are you, sir? You might be muted. I can't hear you if you're speaking. Can you hear me, Blake?
I'm trying to, I need to turn it up.
Can't hear you.
I hope, I don't know if you can hear me or not.
You're coming in, you seem to be buffering real slow. So you might want to drop down and come back up or pull over if you're driving so you can get consistent feed. I'm unable to hear you. I'm going to drop you back down. Do a quick check on your system, see if your sound is good and your internet speed is good. I'll bring you back up. Anyone else in the chat would like to engage in this conversation? Now, I wasn't able to monitor all of the chat that was going on when I was reading off the questions because I wanted to make sure I stated everything clear. But we can have this conversation in the chat, and I might be able to single out one or two people that I see may give some response worthy of extended commentary. So I'll ask question 1 again. Why do we as Black people seem to always choose the negative as opposed to the positive? And this applies to dealing with difficult issues, controversy, problems, not things that are going well. When you have a real situation to resolve, why is it that we tend to use violence as our MO, as they would say for the military, right? Our modus operandi. Why do we choose violence or choose a negative route as opposed to a positive route? Simon says ego mainly. So I have a question to the chat. Are Black men's egos so inflated that it blocks reasoning? Are Black men's ego so inflated that it blocks reasoning? That's a follow-up question to Simon's response. Hack says, because it is a byproduct of our situation. Expound upon our situation. What did that mean? Okay, Blake, I'm bringing you back up. Hopefully your equipment is working better. Go ahead, say something. I can't hear you.
All right, can you hear me now?
Make sure you're not muted. I believe you're on your phone, so make sure you're not
No,
muted.
I'm not.
I can't hear you.
All right, let me see.
Still can't hear you, Blake.
On the road. All right, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
M.
Can you hear me now?
Or Watkins says, I think it has a lot to do with low or lack of critical thinking. You can try and go ahead and say something, Blake, see if it comes through. I still can't hear you.
All right, can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Obviously, critical thinking does have something to do with problem solving, but I'm not sure how often it does
I
come
can hear
into
you.
your day-to-day affairs.
I can hear you, though.
I would say maybe it's a value judgment. I think that as a people, we don't have enough value that we placed on our life. Because in time past, value was never placed on our life other than what we could be sold for or what we were worth in some other capacity. Have we internalized that and now see us each other as not having any value at all? Okay. Hack says our economic castration, sprinkling less of resources where they want it. Still not really clear. You know, let me see something. Okay. The 10 most poorest countries in Europe per capita: Kosovo, Moldova, Albania, North Macedonia, Bosnia, Belarus, Serbia, Montenegro. That's only three, six, that's only seven. I'll read the 10 most poorest in the world. Actually, I'll read the eighth most poorest in the world. Ukraine, number one. And they give some of them, they give the per capita, which is how much money they make annually in comparison to dollars. $3,726 a year. Moldova, $4,551 a year. Albania, $5,215 a year. Northern Macedonia, $5,888 a year. Bosnia, $6,031 a year. Belarus, $6,411. Serbia, $7,666 a year. Montenegro, $7,686. Now, there are longer lists, of course. I'm not going to go through all the lists, but I think it makes my point. And my point being that there are other places that are significantly poor. You can be on welfare as a welfare mom with only one child, not a slew of children, not three, four, or five, one child. And you could get more money from the government than these people work for per year. Edward Clark said, different standards of living compared to America. I'm not sure how much travel you have done, Edward, but when you talk about different standards of living, yes, there are different standards of living. But I think sometimes when we elevate the American standard of life, we do it in such a way in comparison that those in other parts of the world, that their standards is so far below. It's not always. There are countries where good, healthy food is cheap and affordable. Clean living, clean water, good sun, good education. Some of it is private, of course, but even paid for private education is significantly cheaper and a better grade of education than free education in the United States. Good electricity. Technology today, you can get anywhere. If you got internet, you can buy a computer from anywhere. You can get most technology from anywhere. And because China pretty much produces 80 to 90% of many things, it's affordable worldwide. It's not like it was, let's say, in the 60s compared to other countries that were considered third world countries at the time. You can have a lesser standard of living and still have a pretty good living, as opposed to, wearing designer clothes and driving elite brand vehicles and models from those brands, having multiple vacations a year, going to exclusive places. Sure, that type of living is not afforded to many. But I think sometimes it seems as though we as Black people crave that so much that we believe we just came out of slavery a century and a half ago and we should have the same lifestyle as the richest of white person. And sometimes it seems as the woman expect any Black man that they would get with to be able to provide them, the woman, that lifestyle. And if he can't, he's an unworthy man. And if he can, he's only justifiably a good man until she changes her mind to another. Okay, let's try this again. Maybe 3 times is the charm. How you doing today, Mr. Blake?
All right, pretty good. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Okay, I can see your lips moving, but your voice is not coming through. Double check to make sure you're not on mute because it's not on my end.
Okay, let me see. I'm gonna change my settings. All right,
This
can you hear me
person
now?
says, Master One says, banging and getting high to objectives. Definitely banging is a problem. Getting high depends on what you get high on. Not all drugs make you violent, but they do dull the mind. Most drugs do dull the mind. Oh. Let me switch my mic, my speaker thank you for whoever made that comment. I didn't catch your name. And let me. Okay, let's see. Okay. So Blake, if you're listening, come back up. I think it was my earpiece was not clicking. So Blake, if you're listening, come back up. I think it was my earpiece. And yeah, thanks, Jay Bass. It is on my end. I just corrected it. Yeah, thanks, Jay Bass. It is on my end. I just corrected it. So Blake, if you're in earshot of hearing me, come on back up and I'll bring you up. I apologize for the confusion. Come on back up and I'll bring you up. I apologize for the confusion. Hey, Leonardo. I believe Blake was the only one that came up, and I didn't cut anyone off, so I'm not sure if this comment is for me. But I'll take it into consideration if I see anyone else come up. Thanks. Okay, Blake, I apologize. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. You can hear me now, right? Okay. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh man. Okay. Well. All right. Yeah. Well, I guess. Okay. That's cool because I had the background noise. So I can't tell if you can hear me or not. So you can, right? I can't hear you though.
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me now?
No, I can hear you.
Okay, perfect.
Okay,
Go ahead.
perfect. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. So I guess because I came in on the tail end of the conversation, and I think you were talking about, I guess, the state of young black men today. To be honest, like why they're so violent and so forth and so forth.
Well,
If I'm not mistaken,
I wasn't keeping it just for young black men.
Black men.
Mm-hmm.
The thing is,
The thing is that
it's violence throughout black men and black women.
Okay.
And
And
age is
age is not always a
qualifier
as being young.
Right. Okay. Well, I'll say okay. You said go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, okay, yeah, yeah. Because I think the bottom line, and I'm speaking specifically as it relates to black men. I mean, I have other things that I can speak on as it relates to black women, but I think as it relates to black men, especially now in 2000 and since the pandemic, just put it like that recently. There's so many different other ways to where, I mean, as it relates to how you can actually build revenue to where you don't necessarily have to even depend on a job to make money, to be honest. Like, and I think that lack of awareness builds a sense of confusion as it relates to people. I guess I'm gonna just say for men. I'm talking about men right now. Because what man doesn't want to be able to provide for himself, let alone his family, right? So if you don't know, if you don't have the means to do it, in other words, if you don't have the knowledge to learn how to figure out a way to provide for yourself, then that creates frustration. And the byproduct of that frustration is unnecessary violence, for lack of a better phrase, if you get what I'm saying.
So,
So,
are you
are you
suggesting
suggesting that
the
the
violence comes
violence
solely
comes
because
solely
of
because of
an
an
economic issue?
economic issue?
I think it has a lot to do with it. And I'll tell you why. Because I think if a person, I'll just say if a person uh is confident in a particular skill set, then I don't think they would rely on violence to make money. Because most of the violence that I've seen here recently is I mean, their end goal was to take somebody's jewelry or rob somebody's house to get money or whatever like that, you know. But if they had their own specific skill set as opposed to preying on somebody else, then that wouldn't even be an issue. I don't care if you're a plumber, electrician, or whatever. That's just what I think. And I'm 46, so I've been around, you know.
Okay.
Okay.
To get to
To
the
get to the
level,
level,
one second. Let
one
me see if
second.
I
Let me
can
see if
deal
I
with
can
this
deal with this
echo
echo
situation.
situation.
Give me a
Give
second.
me a second.
Okay.
Okay, so let's try
Okay,
it
so
again.
let's try it again.
Mic check 1 2.
Okay, I'm good
Okay,
too.
I'm good too.
Okay.
One second.
One second.
In the
In
chat,
the chat,
tell me if you
tell
guys
me
hear
if you
the
guys
echo.
hear the echo.
Are we good? Put
Are
a
we
one in
good?
the
Put a
chat.
one in the chat.
Okay,
Okay.
still echoing. Give me one
Give me
second.
1 second.
I should put my phone up.
Give me a second, guys. I'm gonna try a
Give me a
different
second,
headset.
guys. I'm gonna try a different headset.
Stay right there, though.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Testing, testing. Can you guys hear me now? Okay. I see Blake is coming back up. Okay, Blake. Let's see. Why don't you go ahead and say something?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Okay, now I can hear you good. Are we good in the chat, guys?
Oh, okay.
I'm not able to hear anything. Okay. Okay, no echo. Thanks, Darren. Eugene. All right, cool. All right, let me see if I understand you correctly, Blake. You're saying that if
Okay.
the people who are perpetrating the violence, both of robbery and murder, if they had a better economic position or opportunity, that they will not be doing that. Is that what you're saying?
To us, yeah, basically to a certain degree, because I'm just basing it on because I keep up with social media and so forth.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of it, I'm not saying every act of violence is that's that. I'm not saying that's the root of every. I'm saying that's the root of every economic. I mean, I'm not saying that's the root of
No,
every problem,
I'm
right?
not going to equate it as being all, but I will equate it as being a majority or a large enough amount that what you're
That's
saying
what
would
I'm. Yeah,
apply to a broad enough swath
right,
of Black people to make it a noticeable difference if
right. That's
if your
all I'm saying.
solution was to be enacted.
Right,
Okay.
right. So, and especially for men, and I have to say this because I'm a Black man. Uh, once you find your niche or your lane or your purpose, like you guys say a lot, because I listen to you and I had listened to Kevin Samuels before, and a lot of guys who are in that same similar have that similar mindset. Once you find your purpose, it gives you more confidence. It's not really about the money in the beginning per se, because nothing good happens overnight. You see what I'm saying? But once you find something that's worth building towards, I think your mentality. I know your mentality changes, and your sense of self-worth increases. That's
Okay.
pretty much what I'm trying to say.
Okay. I would agree with you if people are looking for an opportunity. But you just don't elevate from being generally a person who do, let's say, petty crimes or just steal to eat, escalate to becoming a murderer for jewelry, extensive jewelry, and I guess whatever cash the individual might have. And the reason why I'm saying this is because the more expensive the jewelry, the more difficult it is to be able to trade it in for cash. You're limited to who you can sell it to or what pawn shops you can take it. Because especially wrap jewelry, it's very distinctive. They are one of a kind pieces. So if they were doing it for the money and for feeding and taking care of themselves, you're saying that from a young age, 15, 16, 17, they decided that this was going to be a better way for me than to go to school, finish school, and go to work like most people in the community does?
I know I didn't say that at all.
No, because the thing is that when I hear that, it seems as an excuse because the people who are
Oh
doing
no.
the robbing and the killing, they're not doing it to feed themselves. They're doing it just because they can. Envy
Oh
and
well.
jealousy.
Well, I'm not. Nah. Well, I'm not giving them the excuse at all. By no
Okay,
means. Oh no.
okay,
Oh hell. Well, you might have misunderstood what I was saying.
okay. Rephrase.
Uh,
That's possible.
yeah. Or maybe I came in on the tail end of a conversation, and maybe you should ask me a more direct question
Okay,
because
not a
by no
problem.
means do I give them an excuse at all. Hell,
Okay.
excuse my French,
All
but
right.
we both grown.
No, that's okay.
Nah,
That's
man.
fine. That's fine. Well,
Yeah.
let me say this. Well, first, let me read this comment. PSWII603. He says they do it to get out of the hood. PS, again, I would say there's a weakness in this stated comment simply because you need consistent, recurring income to get out of the hood. And you need it at a decent enough income level for you to be able to do it long term. One score don't get you out the hood, especially at the level where most of the people in our neighborhood kill and rob. It's usually petty crimes. Okay, Blake, what I would like to do, because when I was given my, I don't know what part of the monologue you came in on, but near the end, I read I read 8 questions that I
Mhm.
proposed to the audience as to ask, why do we do what it is that we do? The first question was, why do we as Black people seem to always choose the negative as opposed to the positive? The second question is, why do we choose to kill as opposed to protect life? Why do we always find that the solution is to kill someone, kill another person that looks just like us? Let another Black man kill another Black man. Someone said earlier, might have something to do with ego. And my response to that was, is a Black man's ego so enlarged that it blocks him from being able to have reasonable thought.
Okay, so that you want me to answer that?
Yeah.
I would say I don't want to say ego. I would say a sense of self-worth is lacking.
Okay.
Yeah, because I'll tell you why. Like, if any man did something towards me that I deemed as disrespectful,
Mm-hmm.
I of course my first instinct would be like, oh man, I gotta. But then I sit back and think about it. I'm like, man, what's gonna be the end result of this whole situation? Now I can think fast enough to make that type of decision.
Right.
You get what I'm saying? Like,
Right.
it's not even worth it because at the end of the day, even if that were the case, like if the other guy was no longer here, how does that benefit you? You're
Okay.
going to jail for like the next 50 years anyway.
Correct.
You get what I'm saying? Like,
Correct.
and I'm speaking as a 46. I'm 46. I've been through things in my life or whatever, but it's not even. I mean, it doesn't make sense. Is what I'm saying. Like,
Right.
especially now with YouTube. That's why I brought up the like making money aspect of it. It's like right now. Okay, say you got out of high school last year. Okay, everybody's not college material. You could go to trade school, be an
Absolutely.
electrician, yeah, you can be an electrician and make $70,000-$80,000 a year easy. Or
Absolutely.
you can, yeah, there's YouTube University. You can, man, not I wouldn't say YouTube University. What I will say is you can find people to coach you in different professions that you can learn more from them than you could in a college course on social. I'll give you a prime example.
Are
I
you
learned how
speaking
to
of an?
trade.
Are you talking
Say
about
that
an
again.
apprenticeship? Are you talking about an apprenticeship type situation?
Well, no, I'm talking about not. I'm talking about like if I want to learn how to trade.
Trade what?
In other words, U.S. current, like the U.S. 30 and the Nasdaq 100. If
Okay.
I wanted to learn how
The
to
stock
trade
market.
that, the stock market. There are people that you can reach out to that you find online that will actually show you how to do that. I mean, it's you don't have to have a college degree to do that.
You don't. But I will say this, that it's rare that traders are successful trading. Investing is a better strategy than trading.
I beg to differ.
Okay.
You on Wall Street, right?
Yeah, I'm 18 years from Wall Street. I've been 18 years on Wall
Uh-huh.
Street. Uh-huh.
Have you ever traded
And
yourself?
I traded, that was my job.
So I just have to differ on that.
Well, what
I
I
just
find
I
what
just
I find is that when you're trading someone else's money, you have no emotional connection to it.
no, I
It's
trade my
let
own
me
money.
let me finish. Let me finish. It's easier to make clear decisions when you're not trading your own money. When you're trading your own money, people make bad decisions all day long. Just like when you're at Atlantic City. Some hands you should fold and throw in, but if you're emotionally attached to it, you hold on to it and you go down with it. And I see it happen a lot. Now, I'm not saying you can't have short term wins, and I'm not saying that every hand is a loser. I'm just saying that those who trade for themselves, particularly online, long term, I would say more than 5 years, tend to end up losing all their winnings. Now,
I would have to
if you have a good year or two and you have the discipline to get out, stash your cash, move it into something else and trade with a certain amount that you always set as a limit. You won't trade above 50,000 or whatever you set as your limit. And you double that, you make it 150, 200,000, and you move that 200,000 someplace else, and you go back and trade with your initial capital. If you are that disciplined, I can see
Right.
being successful. But most
Yeah, I'm
people,
not talking to, yeah, but
most
I'm not
people
talking about the average.
when you start,
I'm not talking about somebody who doesn't know what the
but
game.
it takes years to develop the proper skills, not just buying on the dip if you're trading technicals. And if you're trading currency, you're only trading technicals. You're not trading any fundamentals, because the fundamentals to a country is too much in-depth reading for the average individual, especially if he hasn't studied economics. So they're not going to trade the fundamentals of a country. They're just going to trade the technical movements of the currency. And that's why I said, if you're going to trade on the stock market, I would suggest more you invest, because you have a better chance of, over the long term, 3 to 5 years or a decade, of making a lot more money than if you're day trading. That was just my comment.
That's interesting. So you've actually, well, we talking about something totally different.
We could talk about that at a different time.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
let me just mention this comment here. Leandro X. He says, you got to get the killers in here to answer that question. Well, it's never the soldiers on the battlefield that usually end the war. It's the diplomats that negotiate a peace treaty. It's never the police in the streets that ends crime. It's politicians, and back in the day, people who was involved in the community that can make on the ground change, usually to the up and coming generation, because some generations or some people that are part of a particular generation can be lost, and reteaching them can be a long, hard road, even when they're willing. And people who come from a violent background usually either meet violent ends or may have to spend 20, 30, 40 years in the joint to have them now, through age, become a little bit more better in making judgments. But what I'm saying is that, and that's a good comment, but it's unfortunately that the people who are violators or who are killers probably don't watch Sage Talk. I would say that. But maybe it could be someone in your family, and you can have a talk with him if it's your brother. So that's a possibility. Okay, let me bring up Jay Speed. Hey, good afternoon, Jay. How are you?
Oh, good afternoon, Mr. Sage. Can you hear me loud and clear?
I can hear you good.
I love the atmosphere, the way this conversation is going. I love the calmness of it. And I just want to, I know I put a statement in the
Chat.
chat. And let's just dissect what's the title.
Mm-hmm.
If we're going to speak from that form, I want to know, is it a loaded question or is it a sharp statement? Because I know the difference between the two, because the question really answers itself. If we were genetically violent, that means we wouldn't discriminate who we kill or what we kill. And there's always evidence to figure out if someone is genetically violent due to what violence is. It would cover all levels of violence, and we have great examples of that. But I don't want to get into that conversation because I love the way this one is going.
Okay.
What I want to deal with is I seen all this stuff happen, and this is why history is so important. And when I say history, and I know the first thing people take up or go to is slavery. I'm not even talking about slavery. I'm talking about every other national group that ever came to this country or any other country who didn't know of self and tried to find themselves on the totem pole and get to a certain level. Let's just deal with the Irish people in New York. At that time, it was one of the most violent places on the face of this earth. New York City.
What time was that? What time was that?
When the Irish first came to America.
Right. Give me a decade.
I can't give you a decade. Let's just try the 40s, the 30s, somewhere around in there.
Well, if I remember correctly, it was the Italians that was the most violent, not the
You
Irish.
talking about
Okay.
when the mob came, when the mob was doing their thing.
Right.
Right, the
I
mob
mean,
was doing things. Okay, well, whatever group, whatever group it brings it into this discussion.
Right.
There was an experiment done in 1955 with rats, where they would supply the rats with plenty of food, plenty of spaces, and what they did was, in this experiment, they closed in on the rat. They closed the spaces down, they cut the food in half, and see the mentality of what would happen when you do that. Now, let's just get something straight before I finish this story. There's way too much violence in our community. There's way too much disrespect in our community. I'll be the first on the line to say that. I worked the street as a FOI for 20-something years, and I can tell you that personally. There is. So anything that I say is not trying to validate or give an excuse for our behavior. But what I'm trying to say is there's a lot of layers of this conversation. You got natural human behavior in every race, and I know you say you wasn't concerned with other race, but these are just things that natural humans do. They have violence. But when you come to our community, there's a lot of circumstances that won't give a person an excuse. But I think Magenta was hitting on it earlier when he said about vocational. I remember when I was coming up, vocational was in school. It was hands-on to find out what a human being interest was, that maybe later on he might want to get into that trade or go to college. You had choices. And I'm saying if we go give our children to this school system, the federal government has set up these guidelines for our children to be there from 4 to 6 hours or up to 7 hours a day. Why wouldn't you, if you're trying to assimilate children into a workforce or any kind of force, why wouldn't that be part of the curriculum when it was doing so well? They had shop, plumbing, drywall, painting, everything. And then you didn't have to go to trade school because you'll know what you probably would choose to go to trade school to get a better education of that.
As opposed to college.
As opposed to college, but you have hands-on. You would have had hands-on so you could find out if that's something you was interested in versus going to college and then dropping out, trade school college, and dropping out because you wasn't interested in. So these are the things that picked up in 9th grade and went all the way to 12th grade. What I'm saying is society as a whole, and anybody know things about society as a whole, is going to hell in a handbasket. It usually people on the lower totem pole is the magnification of what's wrong in the whole scheme of things because it hits there more than anywhere. So what I'm trying to say, when you understand the experiment with the rats, when they cut the food, they start killing each other. Before they were just living.
Right, but part of what you cited was that they were closing in the enclosure space.
Right.
And cutting the food down by 50%. So the encroaching of the space create a sense of desperation, and the lack of food for everyone to be able to eat created a survivalist mindset.
You hit it. You hit it.
I got
and
it.
that's the
I understand.
mindset. That's the mindset black people are in, is a mindset of survival. And
But
when you, wait a minute, like you're very educated, you're very eloquent, you know your skill set, you know of self. But I remember one time when I was doing volunteer work for this homeless shelter, and the guy who was the director had problems with his mother. Even though he was working with other people, he had problems with his mother. He had all this dismay with his mother what she did or didn't do. So the relationship got so volatile they had stopped talking to each other because the last time I heard a conversation they was cussing each other out. So for some reason or another, his mother got in touch with me, and he's the director of somewhere I'm volunteer. His mother got in touch with me because she said her son always talked highly of me, and she said I wanted to talk to him and see can you have a conversation with him. You know what she said to me? She said I made many mistakes raising my son, but you got to understand, if you only have a half a glass of water, that's all you can give your son to drink. You can't give him something you don't have. And at the time when you are into it, and you made a good analogy about being able to spend somebody else's money, Mr. Sage, you said, in Vegas, you got to know when to fold the cards. When it's your own money, then you are under more pressure. And I know as a poker player that a lot of professional poker players I played against, they are funded and sponsored by other people, so they play a little more looser than I would as a person who's spending my own money, who's tighter what kind of cards I play.
Right.
So
they
when
can
you
play
put
the strategy as opposed to the emotions.
right. So what I'm saying is, to say what she said, if you only can see what's in front of you, and you're all scrambling in a survival mode, you gonna take down the person who got more than you, no different than a prisoner who don't turn on the warden, he turn on other prisoners. And so that's the mindset. Now, is that mindset right? No. Do it lead to violence? Yes. Do it lead to our community be turned upside down with our women, our children and everything? Yes. But what we got to come up with is a solution to cover all these different levels. And I go with a no excuse program. And the gentleman Blake Holmes said something very significant when he was talking about certain things when people don't know of themselves. If you don't know who you are and you are in survival mode, that means that everything on the outside of you that seems to be better than you, that's what you want to be. But you have no skill set or no mind to know there's opportunities out there because nobody has whispered in your ear. You only see success around you. And what you usually do is take from the people who are success, and you don't go outside your community. You do just like the prisoners do. You fight among yourself.
Well, I think, first of all, you spoke to a gentleman who was successful. He was the director of the place where you work that you volunteered.
Yes, sir.
The relationship between him and his mother had deteriorated to the point of where they weren't speaking.
Yes, sir.
The mother confessed that she had made many mistakes in the upbringing of the man.
Yes, sir.
When he was a boy. Obviously, the young man was able to overcome his challenges to allow him to become successful.
Frozen up or you frozen up? I didn't listen. I didn't hear your last statement, Mr. Lee.
I said, obviously, the young man was able to overcome whatever challenges his upbringing brought upon him, that he was still able to succeed because he had become a successful businessman to a degree.
Yes, sir.
But what I would say is that what put that mother in a situation where she questioned some of the things that she did to raise her child, or the myopicness of her visibility to make good choices, stemmed from the fact that she tried to raise a child by herself. That was problematic.
Yes, sir.
And it's something that is prevalent in our community.
Most certainly.
One that has to stop.
Yes.
With regard to the excuses because of poverty, a little while ago, I read off 8 European countries. They were the top poorest countries in the United States, where the per capita income, the greatest was less than $7,500 a year. Even if you're on welfare, you get more money than that in the United States. And now, from what I've heard, You even get free internet. So I think, and besides that, I would say that I've been to foreign countries where the poverty far exceed
Exceed.
the
Yeah.
level of quality of life in the United States for some of the poorest people. But they're not killing each other. I'm not saying that there's no crime, but one of the crime that you don't see much of is robberies
You're right.
and killing for robberies. And I think that what the comments you made earlier with regard to the topic, as opposed as the question applied to genetically violent, yes, that question does answer itself. But unless you're wise enough to analyze the question, you won't know if the question answer itself.
Right.
And that's where I want to build a conversation on, because the question obviously is something that the average white person, and maybe I shouldn't say the average, but those who would like to have the status quo where white people remain in power would jump on that statement to the affirmative. I made an argument against that already, so that's
Yes,
not
sir.
that's not even part of the discussion. However, I wanted to bring the conversation up because I'm starting to notice that there's more and more females being violent and being deadly violent in our community. It's
Yes,
no
sir.
longer just a male thing. Also, we're not just robbing people for the sake of survival. You're not robbing a store to get money to go buy food for your children or child at home. We're robbing for status
Cloud.
and we're clout, and we're robbing because it's an opportunity and someone is a mark and he's in your part of the jungle, for lack of a better term, and he's going to have to pay a price for that mistake.
Survival of the fitness.
But why are we living like animals when we're not?
Well, Miss Lee, can I ask you a question? Because you
Sure.
bring up a good
Let
topic.
me bring up definite G
Yes, sir.
and Book of Man.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome
Good.
both of you to the channel. J Speed will finish his comment, and then definite G, and then you, Mr. Book of Man.
I was having this conversation one time when I had changed my spirituality to Islam, and had just traveled back from Africa doing a movie over in Africa. And excuse me, I'm doing a live show now. I'll be with you in about 10 minutes. Thank you, sir. So I was having this conversation about a young lady was talking about my wife who covered her hair. And she was Catholic and she converted to Islam due to the fact that that's the only way I could have married her. And somebody brought up the thing is, well, y'all forced the women to cover their head, their hair, or their head. And I said, something you don't understand about human nature. If a person grow up into something where all women cover their hair, because when I raised my daughter, she was covering her hair from the time she was 7 years old. It's don't even look like a force. It's a way of habit. It's a way of understanding. So the people you're talking about, Mr. Lee, in these poverty country, they don't get to see the riches as we get to see it over here. They are born into that. So $7,000 for them in them poor countries, it's what they know. And see, we know a person can make $7,000 in this country in one day. And we get to see the riches around us, and we are influenced by that, by the entertainment sector.
Let me interject here.
Yes, sir.
But I think that statement would hold water 30 years ago, in the 80s, or maybe in the early 90s, before the internet had become what it is and social media has become what it is. But it doesn't matter how poor the country is. They have internet. They have cable. They can see the world just like we can see the world. Now, we may have a closer hand of touching it than they can touch it, but they can see it still yet the same.
Are you familiar with Costa Rica?
Yes, I am. Been there.
Okay. I went to Costa Rica in 1995. And at that time, they didn't even have a military. They had social policemen. A woman could walk down the street at 3 o'clock in the morning time with nobody touched her or anything. Matter of fact, they had as low as 10 crimes in the whole country in a year. And I was like so amazed of that compared to where I come from. But then you take Costa Rica as the tourist site started to build and casinos started to come in. That whole scenario changed. And I'm telling you, even though we got the internet and everything there, a lot of these countries you're talking about, poor countries, they will be making a change. Just like in media, they will be making a change
But the
due to the
change
fact of the
was
exposure.
the change was the import of the people who came there that made those changes.
Right, but somebody got
Blake,
some background.
one second. Blake, can you mute up?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's too much background noise.
Yeah, but somebody brings a idea when someone is not even thinking about it, Mr. Lee, and it becomes popular, and that idea become embedded in that country. Costa Rica is not the same as it was before the opening of this wild world of net, this cloud. And what I'm saying is when people come in there with intentions and other intentions with what the culture of the country, they can change the landscaping of that country just with the idea, impression. And I'm telling you, the last time I went to Costa Rica, it was not the same way in San Jose. It was not the same way on the black side. It was not the same way. So I don't have the answers, Mr. Lee, but I know this problem that we're going through, the reason it has never been solved, is so complex. It's going to take a lot of different angles to get it together. And when I'm saying that, I'm not one who give people excuse or reason. I'm just saying is whoever comes up with a good idea, how small or how big it is, if it can have an impact on our community, then we should try. I do what I do. You do what you do. And I think that all of us want to get to from California to Atlanta. We just have different ways of getting there. And I think that's where the think tank will have to come in and have to think this thing together. But I believe this, Mr. Lee. It all starts with self. And if you start self on the road of success, that speaks volumes more than words. And you have been a person who have gave that example through the things that I know about you, the things that you talk about. You have been that example. And more people tune into people like you and don't dive into the excuses. Become the example of the world you want versus the world you're looking at. We will always be in the moment of improvement.
I appreciate that. And that's why I'm having a conversation, because I know it's an emotional one, but it's something that I think we need to discuss, because the direct impact is us, the people we love, and our children. Book of Man, I believe this might be your first time on Sage
Thank
Talk.
you, sir. I'm going to leave. I'm going to let somebody else come up. Thank you, Mr. Lee. Keep doing what you do and keep having the conversations, brother.
Thanks a lot, Jay.
Salute.
Take it easy.
All right.
Okay, sir. How are you?
Hey, Mr. Lee. Good to come on with you. I've been watching for a long time. Just never came up and talked to you.
Not a problem.
But the topic today was very interesting. And what
You're breaking up a little bit.
okay.
Yeah, you're Borgen. You're frozen. Not sure if you can hear me.
Okay. Yeah, I can hear you.
All
You
right.
hear me?
Now you're coming back, and I just saw your thumbs up. You were frozen
Okay.
all that time
Yeah.
you were speaking. Can you restate
Okay.
what you said? Because I wasn't able
Yeah.
to hear you.
So what I was saying is that the gentlemen, I think they were correct in some of their assertions,
Okay.
and that I think we've all been living in survival mode, and we've been doing it for so long till that's our state of normal. And with survival mode, it's like you are more reactionary. So they are reacting to things around them instead of thinking and planning ahead. And another
Okay.
thing that I see is that we seem to think that everyone thinks the same way we do, where all Black people think differently. And by that, I mean this: everyone has a currency. They have something that they're willing to sell their soul for. And we always assume that is money.
No, when you say everyone have currency, what is the
Mhm.
currency?
It
that you're
depends on the
implying?
individual, because I mean, to some people it's power. So they would freely give money away for power. Or it might be to fill that void that they have. And that's what I mean by the living in survival mode. There's a void there. And every action that they do is done to fill that void, but nothing works. So they may resort to violence to fill that void. They may resort to sleeping around with people to fill that void. They may resort to evil behavior to fill that void, but nothing seems to fill it. And we just
Now,
keep doing it.
I'm not sure if it was Blake or
Mhm.
Jay Speed that said earlier that the not knowing of ourselves.
Yes.
I wanted to touch on that when he was here, but there was a lot that was spoken and I lost that thought momentarily. But I will say this: if there's any people on this planet with more information available, it's Black people in the United States.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure if you tried to go and dig up some history in Brazil about the Black Brazilians, it won't be so readily available for you to find. I'm not saying it's not there, but I know in Latin America, the history of what happened to them is not so easily available in their libraries. You probably find it more in Portugal and Spain than you would find it in the domicile country where the people live. And I say that because as Black people, we have had enough scholars, Black scholars and white scholars, who have unearthed a mountain of information as to our past, our sufferings, and there have been significant actions taken to alleviate some of the pressure or the violence that was done to us. Now, I'm not saying that all has been wrong that was made right. No, there are still many things. But I think that the choices so many of us are making implies that they're not avenues to be able to make other choices, and that the choice that they have is the only choice, and any other choice is worse than the one that they're choosing. And I don't see that.
I think it's the okay, I'll go back to this. It is, to me, the result of a generational trauma. And by I'm not referring directly to slavery, but let's say, for instance, growing up, I live in the South.
Okay.
And when I was a kid, we used to walk up and down the street, do all those things. And my dad would tell me, if you see a car coming, you need to run over and get in the ditch, because the white people lived on the other side and they'll try to run you over. So I would automatically do that,
Okay.
regardless of what it was. So the trauma that my father experienced from that, he taught me a certain way. And then it got passed to me to do that. And I think that's what's happening um, with our people. You know, we've taught each other how to survive,
Correct.
and they're doing everything they can to survive, but they are unable to use that part of their brain that thinks forward. They always are reactive, just like this. You mentioned some of the incidents that happened. You know, the young lady with the van that killed an innocent bystander.
Mhm.
It's plenty of things. People that kill their kids, all types of stuff.
Right.
Right. And to them, that was that's the first feeling that came to mind. They didn't even think it out. They just did it because it filled that void that they had within
Stop
them.
right there, because what you just said, I
Mhm.
think, is what I've noticed as something that potentially is the trigger,
Right.
for lack of a better term. And it's that you said what they feel or felt,
Mhm. That's right.
they acted upon
Mm-hmm.
without really thinking.
That's right.
And I think that is a major part of our situation,
Mm-hmm.
is that we're now engaging in a life where we're just acting on our emotions,
Yes.
and that whatever our emotions tell us
Mhm.
must be right, because we are right to have that feeling about whatever we perceive
Mhm.
was done to us.
That's right.
And whatever judgment we mete out is justifiable,
Mm-hmm.
because who can tell us what we felt?
That's right. And that's society today. You know, that's what they do. They're telling us what to think and feel. And over the generations, things
Well,
that have been
I'm not
jokes.
saying that they're telling us what to feel. I'm saying that they're saying
Mm.
that your feelings are so justified
Right.
that it trumps everything else.
I agree.
Let me read this comment
Mm.
before I bring somebody else up. Sammy, is that Ivory's 86, says the problem is that communities that don't criminalize productive citizens have apathy, and in their desire to make sure Black communities have the options to vote for something alternatively.
Mm-hmm.
Communities that don't criminalize productive citizens. Well, I'm not sure if the United States don't criminalize productive citizens. I do think that we don't hold people accountable because of one single term that I tend to hear a lot is don't judge me.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there are different gradations to being judged. There's the judging for correction, and there's the judgment for punishment for wrong deeds. And I think because we're not judging each other for correction,
Mm-hmm.
the only judgment that is left is the punishment for wrong deeds, criminalization. If someone had corrected this young lady, she's only 23, 24.
Mm-hmm.
If someone would have corrected her in her teenage years to not be reactive to her emotions, she wouldn't be so off the cuff.
Yeah. So, Mr. Lee, you know, in regard to that, my daily occupation is I work with young adults.
Okay.
You know,
When you
almost
say young,
teenagers.
what age?
Um,
17, 18?
Younger than that. Younger than that.
Okay.
Middle school.
Middle
Age.
school. Okay.
Middle school
So from
age.
13 up.
Yes.
Okay.
And this is the thing I've noticed in all the years of being in the classroom. The classroom is like the world. You see the same behaviors from adults from children. Same thing. Now, the thing that stood out to me, that I noticed.
Mute up everyone if you're not speaking. Definite G. Mute up, please. And mix Mystery, mute up also. Continue, Book
So
of Man.
what I notice is that the children behave and say the same things that the parents do. I see it. I see them side by side.
Correct.
So based on what you just said about the correction, there is none, because the people that should be correcting believes that that action, those reactions are correct. So there's nothing to correct. And they're around people who think the same way as them. So, and it's just a vicious cycle. And that's why I said that the people are living in survival mode, because it's just reactionary. It's going off feelings, going off whatever can fill that gap. And with the people who committed these horrible crimes, they had to fill the gap of that rage that they had inside. And the only way they knew how to do it is with violence, because that's what
Okay.
they've been taught.
Okay. Now you said something. You said that you work with, and I'm not sure if it's through counseling or however, but you work with teenagers,
Yes.
roughly between the ages of 13 and up.
Mhm.
And you tend sometimes to see the teenagers with their parents or guardian,
Yes,
and you see similarities in the behaviors.
absolutely.
Now, what rage are you inferring when you say that there's a rage?
Okay. When I speak about rage, I'm talking about the initial reaction to some sort of stress. Now, for different people, the rage may look different. It may just be a yelling outburst. It may just be stomping and causing a ruckus, or
Okay.
it may be going out to commit violence or physically trying to solve that problem. Whereas, and the reason why I think they do that is because physically doing these things and committing violence is easy. It's fast. It's quick.
Well, I think it also gives recognition.
Mm-hmm.
But also, I think the term rage, we are now in an age where we use extreme words of extreme to identify things that once was not normal, but slightly above normal.
Mm-hmm.
Like what you said was rage would be more as tantrum, an emotional tantrum, right?
But would it be for that individual? So if you're a person who doesn't really get to a 10, but you're usually at a 2, so for you, rage may look like a 5 or a 6.
Right. But the thing is, if a rage is a 10, we shouldn't call a 5 a rage,
I got you.
regardless of where you come from and your emotional expression, right?
That's right.
Like I hear people say trauma a lot. And I remember in the 70s when I was growing up, and the late 60s, when trauma centers were being built in different cities.
Mm-hmm.
There was only 1 or 2 in a state.
Right.
Trauma centers weren't everywhere, because every car accident is not a trauma, even if you hit your head.
True.
When you have a busted brain and your brain is swelling, Mystery, you have to stay on camera, please. When you have your brain is swelling and they have to crack it so they can relieve pressure, or you have your entire chest cavity crush and your organs are being punctured by your bones of your ribs,
Mm-hmm.
that's a trauma. Breaking your leg in a car accident is a breaking of your leg in a car accident, and it shouldn't be classified as a trauma. But today, we classify every pain as traumatic, and every pain isn't traumatic.
I agree.
Okay. Definite G, and then Mystery.
All
One
right.
second.
Thank you, Mr.
Definite
Lee.
G
I'm going
was
to go
there.
ahead and step aside.
I appreciate it.
All righty.
Thank you. Definite G, what do you have towards this conversation? Is there any of the 8 questions that you'd like to tackle to give me your point of view about?
I want to speak on the main topic right now. But how are you, Mr. Lee? Doing all right?
I'm doing good, thanks.
So Do black people have like a violent genetic gene? No, not in my opinion. It's not like we just
Okay.
have this gene inside of us that that's just automatic. But we do have other chemicals flowing through our blood that could predispose us to look towards violence, instead of actually rationale or seeing the situation for what it really is. Because black men, we're viewed as hyper masculine, like we're
Well,
the only race of
well,
men.
one second,
Mhm.
1 second.
Yeah.
How somebody view you has nothing to do with how you react.
Yes, I'm not speaking to that. I'm just saying. Mhm.
No, if you accept the statement and then you self-program yourself to act upon the statement, you're responsible for that.
Yes, I know that.
Okay. So
I, mhm.
because somebody see you, if somebody saw, remember that movie with Jet Black? I don't remember the name of the movie. Jack Black, I'm sorry. And he was in love with this woman, this girl, but she looked like she was a size 2, but to everybody else, she was like an 18. She was a real fat
Mm,
woman.
mm.
See, your perspective, how somebody see you has nothing to do with how you see something else. You don't have to see what they see. You could see something totally different.
Yes, I understand that.
Okay,
I
now
clearly understand that.
go ahead and
But
make
yeah,
your conclusion. I apologize.
yeah, I mean, I understand, completely understand that. I'm not like saying that that's the
No,
reason,
but
but I'm
it
saying
seemed like you were about to lay the
we,
foundation
yeah,
for an excuse. And here I'm not taking
no,
excuses.
no, I
If you're gonna
wasn't.
make an argument, I'm gonna listen
No,
to
I
it,
wasn't.
but I'm not gonna take no excuses. Go ahead.
No, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not making any excuses. It's just that we as black men, we have higher levels, or at least we display higher levels of testosterone than other races of men. There's actually studies on this. I can't cite you here, but because I've
Okay,
read
all
a
right,
lot
go ahead.
about that. And like,
Don't
yeah,
get into
we
a
since
chemical
like,
conversation if you're not well enough studied to get into
mhm.
that. Just give me the
No,
analysis.
okay. Since testosterone is a natural steroid, and it kind of feeds into aggression in human beings. That's kind of where, like, from my perspective, where a lot of that, how we're so quick to aggression when it comes to certain situations that we get ourselves involved in, is because of our chemical makeup. At the same time, because with that level, because I am versed, but I just can't really cite you the sources. With and shout outs to I don't know if I could say this
So
on
you're saying that we're not
mhm,
genetically predisposed, but we're chemically predisposed?
not chemically predisposed. Well, you gotta let me finish, Mr. Lee. You gotta let me finish.
Go
Let me
ahead.
finish what I'm getting at, because I'm gonna pull this off full circle. I don't know if I could say his name on YouTube,
Don't call
but
no
the
one's name
top,
unless you're talking about a scientist or a paper.
well, it was a,
If it's a
let
YouTuber,
me
don't do
finish,
that.
Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee,
No,
let me,
I'm just trying
yeah.
to say, giving you
Mm,
parameters as to who you can cite if you want to cite someone. That's all.
gotcha. Okay. So, higher mammals who have higher levels of testosterone, they're not violent to their offspring. They're actually very loving and caring to their offspring because that's their legacy. And wasn't there a CDC study saying that black men are the most involved in their children's lives when they do enter into their lives? So, with that correlation right there and testosterone, that does kind of correlate to our quick to violence. Now, with us having that type of tendency, and with the black community being very feminized and single mother rate, we don't know how to harness all of that energy inside of us. We look towards either television or some sort of outlet that doesn't give us the proper perspective on how to be a man or how to approach the world properly. So, like, from what I've with I've seen documentaries that like with the single mother rate in the Black community, that the sons would look towards the
Keep it more
television.
focused. Keep it more focused. Get to
Yeah.
the point that you're trying to make.
Okay, so on the chemical level, that is my perspective, but on the social level, it comes down to us not really having the proper direction on how to direct all of that energy into a more productive way, since we're just acting more like animals instead of actually trying to move accordingly to get from one place to another. We as Black men are going to be prone to more of the instinctual ways of men instead of actually trying to be a better version of ourselves to reach higher goals and to use our natural makeup to be better people for our communities. So that's in a nutshell of what I was trying to say.
Okay. Just one quick point. Simon, you're in the back chat. I need you to go on camera before I can bring you up. I'm not bringing anyone up with just a thumbnail photo or what image. I will say this, definite G, and if we had time to go into it more in depthly, we would, but it seems to me that you move the answer from no, we're not genetically predispositioned, to yes, chemically and environmentally, we are predispositioned. So your answer came back to a yes.
No, I'm not saying that there's like a specific gene for violence.
I didn't
but,
say, no, I'm saying you said there was no gene, but you said chemically and environmentally, we're predispositioned. That was your essence of what you just concluded.
With what I'm saying, because if I could have expanded a little bit more.
But yeah, but
what I'm saying
right
that
through
it
it because
be,
you're long-winded.
Yeah. With our that energy, it can be harnessed in different ways. But if it's untapped and undisciplined, it's just going to go everywhere. It's going to be very sporadic. So
but
since there's not, that's anyone. Yeah, that's anyone. At the same time, but excluding it just to Black people, we don't have a solid structure to look upon, at least for Black men, to see where we should be directing all of that energy towards and how we're supposed to be, again, better people for the community.
So you're saying that in all the growing up that Black people have, there's no positive image, television, YouTube, school, reading, movies. There's no positive of what a man in a civilized society on how they should carry themselves among other men?
In small amounts of numbers, there is, but it's not big enough for us to, make that a big claim that's in the entire community. In small numbers, yes, but in the grand scheme, no.
So you're saying there's a larger amount of Black men that don't know what it's like to be a man and to respect himself and other Black men?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Mixed Mystery, welcome to Sage Talk. I believe I've seen you here before with a different name. Be respectful. I'm not sure how you're coming at the conversation today, but I'm willing to hear your opinion. Go ahead.
Hello, everyone. How are you feeling today?
Doing well.
Yes. So I wanted to answer the first person's question. Sorry, I am outside and I'm in a park, so I might lower my voice.
You're in the car, so not a problem.
Yeah, if someone walked past, I just put over so I can before I go back to work. Sure. But I heard someone, the first guy. I just got on here like 20 minutes ago, so I heard the first guy, the last guy that left, said that the community they commit crimes because they don't know they commit crimes because they don't know how to make money and stuff like that. I just feel like and then he also offered, like, hey, maybe if we help them make money. And my thing is, you can't make someone, it's kind of, you can't teach an old dog new tricks. I feel like, and this is why I'm thankful for the red pill, is basically, you know, it teaches Black men to have standards and watch who you have your babies with, because if you have a baby with toxic women, they're going to raise toxic men. And obviously we live in a society today where the government is on, you know, does favor towards women. So if the relationship doesn't work out, the woman will get the rights first, and it doesn't matter the race. You know, the white community have the same thing as us, you know, where the woman gets the baby first, and they raise their kids correctly. But I noticed in particular with the Black community, it is more toxic, and I noticed it even as a DoorDash delivery driver. I have to drive to the hood, and I have to drive to different communities to drop off orders, and I do not feel safe, you know, in the Black community when I drive through it versus the white community and other communities, you know, the Asian communities. And I just want to say, I think it would be beneficial, because you can't teach a old dog new tricks. To teach a grown man, like trying to tell him what to do with his life, to teach him finances and stuff like that, he's probably going to look at you like you're crazy. You're coming into his life trying to forcibly change him when he's not ready to change. And that's where the saying come from: you can't teach a old dog new tricks, because once they're used to their ways, they're not going to want to change. They're going to want to change on their time, and we can't keep waiting. You know, we've been waiting and waiting and waiting, praying and praying for God to change the community, but it's just, you can't just sit back and wait. So for people to make action happen, I think eliminating the problem, and I don't mean like a decrease on Black babies, I just mean like if they're not going to, because I like when you said it's genetically, I do kind of believe in that, because even when Black men date out and they have babies by white women, those biracial babies, even when they grow up in the hood, they don't get into that same, on average, they don't get into the same stuff. Even white people, when they live in the hood, some people are raised in the hood, on average, they don't get into the same stuff as Black men. So I don't understand. Even if you look at the Asian attacks, lately it's been a certain group of people. It have not been mixed race people, or it's been a certain image that's been attacking Asian people. You know what I mean? These little attacks, it's going to keep happening. It's not going to get worse. The only thing that can happen, which I'm thankful for the passport bros, I'm thankful for the red pill, because it's teaching Black men to have standards. Like, hey, you don't have to settle for this. You know, you watch who you have your kids by, because you know that the law is not in favor of you. So, you know, even if just go by the personality, like say, hey, even if this doesn't work out, I know my girl, I know her personality, I know that she will raise my kid proper. If we ever get into it, it won't even have to get to that way, because if you pick a nice woman, even if you guys do break up, she'll still let you visit the baby and stuff like that, and still raise them correctly. And I hear Black women say it all the time, well, we can't raise grown men to be men. Yeah, but you can at least allow the man to come over, you know, let the father come over, but they don't even want to do that. So it does. So I can't say it's more of a woman's fault or the man's fault. I think as a community, it's a community's fault. You know what I mean? Everybody involved in the community. You know what I mean? So I think to convince more men to stop having this generation is gone. We can't do anything in this generation, because you can't control these men out here. But for the newer generation to come along, teach these men who want to, and I have a feeling, I'm not that type of person who think, you know, the glass is half empty. What happened?
Keep it on topic.
Yes, I'm keeping it on topic about the crime, you know, the crime that's in the Black community. I'm just saying, I'm not the type of person, let me finish. I'm not the type of person to think that the glass is half empty. I think the glass is half full, you know, and what I mean by that, in this space, I believe it's more Black men who are willing to want to make a change, and the little small minority of Black men who are committing these crimes. I believe some people believe, you know, it's more Black men committing crimes, and it's a little amount that want to do good, because we see so many criminals. But I believe that if even if it is a small dynamic of Black men who are good people, if they keep on displaying these these leaderships of, teaching black men, teaching other black men, other people are going to hop on a bandwagon. And what's going to happen is you're going to raise a whole new generation that's going to be more civilized, because this generation is gone and you can't teach these men nothing. And if these people keep having babies with these toxic women, then they're going to keep raising killers and murderers and these thieves and stuff. So it's not going to change.
So
Like,
let me
you can
see if
say,
one
teach
second,
these
one
men
second.
financial.
1 second. Let me see if I understand what you're saying. You're saying that basically most of the men who are predispositioned to be violent, they're not going to change because, in a sense, you can't teach an old dog a new trick. I mean,
I won't say
that
they're
is-
not going to change,
No,
but
let me
it'll take a
finish.
lot.
Right. I
It'll take a
agree.
lot of work.
Some
and
dogs can be taught new tricks. So I'm not going to apply that to all. There
Yeah.
would be some that can, but I
But
assume
my
what you're
thing
saying
is,
is that
wasting time trying
the
to,
time to do it would be
yeah,
used
like,
better someplace else.
instead of
And I-
fixing the root problem, and the root problem would be, hey, because let's think about it. Let's say if we don't fix the root problem and we just say, hey, let's start
And the
giving
root-
advice
the
to
root
these
problem
criminals.
is what do you see as the potential?
I say the root problem is stop having babies with these toxic women, because majority of the times the kids are with the woman.
Stop right there. So if I understand what you're saying is that it's the women that are having the babies that are
Yeah.
raising toxic young boys. who
Yeah,
become
because
toxic
more than
men.
likely, well, in a child's life here in this country, since the law benefit more towards women, the kids are raised with their mothers more than,
Okay.
they're with their
Which is
mothers
true.
more than anything else. You know what I mean? So
Okay.
like, if you have babies with the root problem is who you're having a baby with.
So
You know what
the
I
root
mean?
problem is the upbringing of the child.
Yeah. No,
Okay.
yeah, the upbringing of the child, but the
And
root
because the
problem
mother
is
is
the
bringing
woman.
up the child without a
Yeah,
father
but
in the
the root
home,
problem
that
before even having the baby is even having a person to mate with or to have a relationship with, to even have a baby with. Let's see, you're skipping over the root
Well, I
problem.
think that is
Everybody think the root problem is, oh, well, they're not growing up in a proper stable environment, or they're not taught correctly. No, the problem is the mother is toxic. So you could teach the child correctly, he's still gonna have to go back home with his mom. Like,
okay.
the root
All right.
problem is the mom. You know what I mean?
Okay. Okay.
And
That's a different perspective. So
yeah,
coming
okay.
from a
And
woman,
you
I
could say
think
the
that's
father's not there, but let's be honest here. A lot of white men are not there for their kids. But on average, I go to these white communities, low income, little small towns where they're poor, and it's not even the trailer park. They don't have shootouts ever. I really don't even hear shootouts in a trailer park. It's in the hood. So my thing is, we can blame it on not having a father figure, but white women, when they're single mothers, because let's be honest here, when they get into a relationship with white men, it doesn't. A lot of times it doesn't work out, and they don't stay together until they're old. And a lot of times it doesn't work out. A lot of times you will see these white women in the store with their babies. But my thing is, they know how to be better parents than black women. And black women, I notice they're very quick with the violence. They're very quick when their kid get in trouble. Instead of talking to them like white people, like their culture, they're very quick to put hands on their kid, and that teaches them violent. Like, hey, in order to get my way in life, I need to be violent, because that's what I was taught. My dad beat the crap out of me. Like, he didn't talk to me. He didn't, have therapy with me. He didn't, when, he just went straight to violence. And guess what? I'm so grateful I went to foster care. But if I didn't go to foster care, I would have continued on my path. And when I was living with him, I was getting suspended from school every single time. And he'll beat me even more with more sticks and more sticks and more sticks.
So
My thing is, my behaviors got even worse. My behaviors got even worse.
Okay.
Yeah, my thing is, it's the parenting. That's where the toxicity come from. You with a toxic woman, they don't know how to parent. A lot of black people think, oh, I'm gonna whoop that ass, and that's gonna do something. But you're just teaching them violence. like you should talk to your kid like, hey, I'm going to put you on punishment, but before I do this, we're going to have a therapeutic conversation because we need to not also building a relationship with your kid too. That's just not a normal thing in a Black community. They just think, oh, I'm going to have this kid, he's going to do what I want, she's going to do what I want, and if they don't, I'm going to whip that ass and they're going to do exactly what I say because I'm the mom, and you listen to me. It's kind of like slave behavior. Like they don't understand that their kids
let's
are,
not take it all the way
human
back
too.
to slavery. Let's not take it all
No,
the way
no, no.
back to
I'm not.
slavery. Let's
I'm
keep
not
it to
saying that.
where
It was
it
just
is.
a comparison.
I think
But I was just basically saying
what you stated had some merit to it. I definitely didn't see that as a potential cause, but well taken. Let me get some other perspectives. You can sit tight. Hold on. Hey Simon, welcome to Sage Talk. How are you? Good afternoon.
Yo, good afternoon. Thank you, Sage. Thank you for having me. I appreciate it. Peace to the panel. Definite G, mixed mystery. Thank you for your insight and your words. I'm coming from another perspective because I'm across the pond.
Okay.
So I don't have no
You're the
real
UK.
right. Yeah, I don't have no real right in saying what the American perspective is, but what I can say is it's very similar over here in terms of my experience in particular.
Okay.
So when you say are Black people genetically violent, I can tell you I've been in relationships with white people, mixed race people, and Black people. So my experience has been kind of interesting in that I did not find that the white person I was dating was as violent or could be potentially violent, which is the term PV, as I experienced on that scale. So like if
On
you
which
go
scale?
if you go from white to Black, the Black part,
The
was
Black
kind of,
women that you had relationships with.
yes,
Okay.
were violent.
Okay.
Where on
The
the other
non-Black women
weren't.
were not, or did
Yeah,
not display a lower level of violence.
they didn't display any sort of sense of violence,
Okay.
and I don't know why that is. So it's it's not really something I made up or something. I'm just saying what it is. Do you get what I'm saying? It's just
Now,
that's
was that? Would you say that's common for your circle of friends, the neighborhood where you grew up, and as a grown man today, the people that you associate with, any of the Black male friends that you have, would you say they have had similar experience or similar conversations? When the boys are just hanging and talking shit.
yeah. I mean, this is what we get. I mean, and it's displayed on channels, YouTube, whether it's like commercial channels. Like you will see Black men in particular talking about their experiences with Black women and how it differs from anything else. Do you get what I mean? Some Black men have never dated outside of their race,
Correct.
so they don't know what that's like. They don't
Right.
understand what that's like, and that's cool. But me being in England, obviously there's a different type of situation going on here because like predominantly we don't have a Black race as such. So in my childhood, I lent towards that. Although I've got sisters, I've got a lot of sisters who are Black, right? And they have relationships. And what I saw in those relationships was scary, to be fair. And I didn't really want any part of that. And I tried to avoid it as much as possible, but still I lent towards Black women because, obviously I just felt like that's where my place was.
Right.
Like in school, like when we're growing up as Black people. And I tried to get with Black women. It's difficult though.
Okay.
How come?
How come?
Versus the white chick, the Karen. Do you get what I'm saying? who was quite willing to sort of have the relationship with me. So
I'm sorry. I just want to say I'll deal with a Karen any day before a Shaniqua.
I don't know. I mean, the
Okay,
thing
well,
is
I don't want this
Like
to
the
become
cultural.
hold on one second, Mystery. I don't want this to become so much of a race conversation because in the beginning of the talk I made that a prelude that that's not something that I wanted to have. I
But
wanted to keep
the
it
topic is,
one
are
moment,
Black people genetically violent? Like,
one
it
second,
is a
one second.
thing.
But I didn't say in comparison to whomever, right?
Okay, well, we're not going
So
to bring up other race. I
that's why I
get it.
don't want to get it into a race conversation.
I get it.
I want it to be
Okay.
focused on us,
Just Black.
our
Yeah.
behavior, and how we internally assess that and how we see it in our community, and what are our private thoughts, right? Because we all have private thoughts. So for the thoughts that you can express and are willing to express, let's have that conversation. And Simon brought in a very good point of view because he has dated outside of his race to be able to get a feedback with regarding to female behavior, which supported your proposition in terms of it's mothers who are raising children and using violence to control behavior, who in turn is passing down that same training into the young boys who later become men. And then when they express that same behavior, it has far more detrimental consequences to our community because a man being violent is far more different than a woman being violent, even though women can be deadly violent as well. Let me bring up the con factor to this conversation. Good afternoon, sir. Mr. Khan, how are you? Welcome to Sage Talk.
Good afternoon. We kind of touched on this on other shows before, man. And amongst intelligent people, what we have here, we're conflating. When I deal with prisons, I deal with people going to jail. I deal with the business I have through the years. And I see these people and I talk to them. And they look just like you. And they look just like me.
Well, I think we know that. And I know that. That's not something I am discounting.
Well, no.
And that's why I'm even raising the question, because when they look in the mirror, they see themselves. When they look at one of us, they should see themselves. Yeah. And I see myself. And so if what you're saying is the preface, continue.
And what I'm saying is that's the problem.
Now you threw me off there.
No. See, for me and you, it feels good having this conversation amongst us, and we're trying to work it out. And this is our issue. So we as intelligent men can solve our own problems. But you have a segment of our population across any population, the whole population, not just Black. But when
you say the whole, wait. When you say the whole population, not just Black, what are you referring to?
85%, in my opinion, of the entire population are function. I would say 65% of the entire population are functional illiterates.
Of the Black community or the United States population? What are you referring to?
United States, Black, white, China, everybody.
Okay, I'm trying to keep this conversation to Black people because I'm trying to focus on the Black people who are killing Black people for whatever reasons why they choose to kill Black people.
I am.
Okay.
Can I say something?
What I'm saying is,
1 second, Mystery.
We tend to say Black people do this. Black people do this.
No, I'm not saying Black people do it because I know others do it. I'm asking a question.
I'm trying to answer you.
Okay, but you're bringing in other groups to justify.
No. I'm saying us as Black people, we tend to say Black people always do this. Black people always do that.
No, I didn't say always in anything.
I didn't say.
It's in your response. That's why I'm trying to make sure that you're addressing what the proposition is. The proposition is a question.
I understand.
One, is black people genetically violent? That's the premise.
No, we're
okay.
Not. But
then I asked 8 other questions.
I heard them.
Okay, surrounding some of the things that we do. Like one of the questions that I asked, if I could just touch on this for a moment, and that was question number 5. Why do we tend to promote God and the Bible so much, Jesus Christ, and we wear the cross, yet many of us
are
the least likely to keep any of God's requirements or do what he says in the Bible, and which he says, if you do these things, you'll be safe and you'll be prosperous, meaning rich, meaning nobody is going to be able to hurt you, and you'll have more than enough money to benefit your needs. Yet we promote and talk about God, but we don't do shit that he say.
Listen, I was going to cover that, and I was going to cover it. See, you also said, why do they blame slavery? Or don't blame slavery. You said something.
Yes, that's one of the questions too.
Okay,
absolutely.
See that right there?
Mm-hmm.
Soon as you touch it, what I'm saying, even the intelligent of us are infected. How do you solve a problem with 10 ounces of infected brain when you're only using 10% of your brain, and that part that you use is infected, even amongst the intelligent class? We can't.
When you say the intelligent class is infected,
Mystery,
can you explain why?
Mystery, let him finish his whole statement.
But when he says something, can he explain why so we can know?
1 second. I'll give you a chance to rebut, but let him get his thought out.
See, none of us, like I said before, like to think we've been tricked. None of us, especially a so-called smart, divested person. They hate thinking they've been fooled. The PhDs, the intelligent thinkers, the living on my post and living my best life. We don't like to think that because we think we're smart. See, this is all part of the game.
So
we think this is real.
What is real? Life?
We think these values that we have is so-called intelligent blacks. We think this is real.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Are you then saying that all black people, no matter how intelligent, educated, or otherwise, because we're infected,
absolutely
don't have the ability to fix our problem? Therefore, let me finish. Therefore, we're doomed as a people.
No. You can fix it.
That's an excuse. Victim mindset.
But the first step in realizing you having a problem is admitting that you have one.
I think the first step is asking the question.
What I'm going to say, everybody's going to explode into
Some people may.
Our problem is not a complicated problem. It does go back to slavery. It does go back to, it's not genetic, but it is epigenetics. We don't like to think, just like she said about your parents passing something down to her.
But that's a behavior. That's not genetic.
Listen, under the science of epigenetics, this is not me saying this, man. This has been proven already. You can put something environmentally into the behavior of a golden retriever. We're no different than a golden retriever.
Yes, we are. Yes, we are.
See, exploding in laughter. So listen to what I'm saying.
Go ahead.
See, I'm too smart.
Sorry to say this.
Don't cut me off.
I said
No,
sorry.
Everybody spoke.
No, go ahead. Everybody's gonna have a chance to speak. Don't worry about it.
See, that's what I'm talking about. See, you can solve it if you just take your ego out of it and say, well, maybe I've been tricked. Maybe we've been tricked.
Make your whole proposition, and then so we know when you're concluded,
Okay.
and then we can assess whether what
it's
you're
just
saying
that we
is
don't
beyond.
understand.
Oh, if I can get it out.
Go ahead.
Edward Bernays was a social engineer. Bertrand Russell, these people are dead. They wrote books in the 40s about controlling people like a school of fish dot on a dime, and they go this, that, like a flock of birds. We're no different than that, brother. But we like to think that we are. We dress the same, we act the same, we curse the same, we stop wearing the clothes at the same time and start wearing the new ones because they said so. These are not choices that you made. 2 people out of 100 can shut the party down, bring down the property value. That's amongst a certain class of us that would kill. Everybody's not like that. Most people are not like that. They're not going to kill. But all it takes is 2 or 3. They're going to be magnified.
But it's not 2 or 3.
No.
Because it's state, it's New York, it's Chicago, it's LA, it's
anything
Ohio,
predominantly black.
I mean, it's wherever there's a large community of black people in the United States, it's an issue.
Okay.
So it's not.
And it hurts to say that.
Listen,
it hurts to say that, but it's true.
I get them out of jail, bro. And you know what you do? I get the same ones out of jail over and over, over and over, over and over.
Right, because the root of the problem hasn't been cured. You're just dealing with the process.
No, but listen, I said I get the same ones. It's not a flood of new people doing all of this crime.
But there's not a bunch of old men doing it either.
That's right.
So they're new people. If they're not a bunch of old men, they're new people.
Even abandoned houses, like when a house is vacant so another person can move in, another person can't even move in because gangbangers and black people are tearing it up. Like they tear up their communities. The question is, what is your solution?
I'm trying to get my part out.
But the question is, what is your solution of what you think can be helpful to fix the community? Because you're just saying what it is. And then the other question I had is,
give it to us in a nutshell because
because no one understands what this guy is saying. No one understands.
I kind of get what he's
saying. Yeah, we are trying to get you to get to the point, but I thought you did come to a conclusion for a moment. So continue. You're muted. Yeah, unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, good.
Under epigenetics, they have found you are like your DNA is a hard drive. Every experience your father had and your mother had is in your genetic code. You don't know why you walk around in the house with your shoes on all day, don't like chocolate, do like chocolate, like crunchy things as opposed to salty things. You don't know what that is. You think that's just the way you are. It's no such thing as just the way you are. And it also goes for tendencies. A child never met his father. He acts just like him. He never heard nothing about him, but his mother and his grandmother says that boy acts just like his daddy. People who practice selective breeding, who like the queen, who everybody's crying over for nothing, who's your daddy?
Oh,
did your uncle kill his wife on Christmas Day in 1978 in the front yard? They want to know these things because it comes out in your kids. We don't like to admit.
Okay, so then
we don't want to go back to slavery. You think you can be molested and raped by a grandmother or a father or a grandfather in one generation? What about 5 generations and that not affect you? And you think that's
so
you're not going to.
You're saying that we were raped in 5 generations
for 400 years. You think they just let you go and all that just went away?
Indian people been through the same thing
So-
though, but we
Well-
can't keep making excuses on slavery. Indian people went through the
Listen.
same goddamn shit. They've been through the same
the
stuff.
Indians,
Like,
Indians didn't go through that. They did not.
yes, they have. They've been in his
They
country
were- they
for a
were
very
slaughtered.
long time.
Dominate
They've
They
been
were
in this.
slaughtered.
I know the history. They've been in this country for a
Don't let
very
her
long
dominate
time.
your show.
We're not saying
They've
that
been
they
in this
weren't.
country
No one is
since.
Don't let her
No one is
dominate your show.
disputing their existence in the country, but they did not go through slavery like black people. They were
They
mostly
were.
extinct.
A lot of
They
them
were
were.
Don't let her
killed.
dominate your show.
If
They
you
had
read the
their own
history,
territory.
They were killed. They did not.
Okay,
go
you
through
need to look at.
slavery.
Not all of them were killed. They had their own villages. You need to
Okay,
look up
I'm
the
still
Trail of
talking.
Tears.
Okay,
So-
Look up the
I
Trail of
taught it.
Tears.
I
In my
taught the Trail of
conclusion,
Tears.
in my
I taught
Okay,
high
well,
school.
you should know that not all of
Yes.
them were
Yes,
killed.
Right. But what I'm saying is that they themselves they have a different trauma that they experience. I'm not
And
They've been
negating
going
that.
through trauma before
I'm not-
slavery even started. Before slavery started, Indians they took over this country. So my thing is, why is it that Indian people are not blaming things on their
Look,
past,
look,
but
look,
black
but
people
if-
keep blaming
okay,
things
one
on their
second.
past? It's not
I'm
going to
not-
get
I'm
better.
Hold
not
on.
blaming-
But
I'm not-
see,
no.
the thing, mystery is that I'm here to discuss.
I'm not blaming anything on slavery. I'm telling you, you can't discount it. You can't just walk away from all of that and be okay. You can't walk away from being
It's a
molested.
cultural problem, bro.
Listen, don't
Hold on one
interrupt
second.
me.
What I
You
will
can't-
say is that the Indians do have a lot of things that they suffer too, also because of what was done to them. And I'm sure there are many Indians having similar conversations because I've participated in some of their conversations.
Listen, dude.
But what
that
I'm saying,
girl-
but when I go into Indian forums and participate, either watching and texting, communicating through the chat, I don't bring in, oh, black people had, I don't do that because it's their conversation about their suffering.
Okay, I won't bring
I
up
don't try
Indian
to
people. I'm sorry.
I don't try to dilute their suffering by bringing in what black people suffered.
Yeah,
And I
that
don't
was wrong.
think- and I don't think
I'm
we
sorry.
should bring in other people's suffering as comparison for what black people suffer.
Yep,
Let's
I'm
talk
sorry.
about black people suffering and the effects of it and how we try to resolve it.
So
That's what I'm trying to get at.
What I'm saying, man, without acknowledging that, and we want to say because it was 400, that wasn't 400 years ago. It's today. It's still going on. It's been passed on, not the direct molestation of it, but the effects of the murder, of the killing, of seeing that with your own eyes.
Wrong.
Listen,
No.
and see these young people, and see these young people, that girl,
It's not
But
slavery.
you, I don't know if you were adopted by white people or raised by white people, but you hate black people and you hate yourself. And they've been so
Wow.
embarrassed by the image that the media has painted of us. They take the worst of us, like these rappers, and what they do, people like these people here, they run from that so strong instead of charging the media.
What, you talking about me? Contractor,
Hold on
you talking about me?
Hold on one second.
Let me
I was
finish.
Definitely G.
raised by
No, it's
adopted
not
by
you.
white people.
Let me
No,
finish.
it's not.
Can we
it's
not
not you,
target
Definitely
each
G.
other? Can we talk
No, I'm
about
not.
how we can better the
Listen.
community? Can
I'm
we not
not you,
throw
definitely
shade at
G.
people up here?
But Mr. Khan,
What
you know,
these people,
Mr.
what-
Khan, one second.
Yes. Yeah.
Prior to you, no one was slinging arrows at one another.
Okay.
Don't do that.
She just flung them at me for 10 minutes.
No, and I checked her on what I asked her to let you finish.
Okay.
Okay, and she was good to do that.
Okay.
But
With this
you slinged an
generation-
arrow directly at Simon as an assumption, and you don't really know this man
Okay.
to be able to make that kind of a
Okay.
ultimate conclusion about him.
Well,
And I think one of the problems that we have as a people is that when we find that people disagree with us, we attack the person as opposed to try to deal with whatever argument that they may be making.
And I
Now,
didn't attack you. I talked about your conversation. Like, I didn't understand it, but I didn't attack you. But I don't think it would get anywhere if we're attacking each other. Just
Okay.
the topic.
Absolutely,
Talk about.
granted.
So
But
what
what I do want to say is that I would like for you to pull back that statement you said to Simon, because I don't
Which
think
one?
it's justified for this
Which one is
conversation.
that? What
The
is that?
conversation about him hating himself and that he was raised by white people.
Oh, no. I wasn't talking about him.
Who are
what
you
I was
talking
saying
about?
is the effect, what I said, because they were talking, the effect of what I said when everybody explodes and say, no, it's not me. No, I'm not affected. No, I'm
No
not one
one
of those.
said that. No one said that.
No,
No one
no,
said
I'm
it. No,
saying
it's
that
not.
they're saying it by laughing and denying, like, absolutely not. Everybody thinks it's not them. That's my point. Nobody thinks it's them. So
Okay,
when
so let
when
me
I'm
so let me
saying
ask you
we
this.
think
How do
hard,
you get every person, every black person to say, okay, I have an epigenetic problem, which is why I am this way, even for those who don't display violence? How then does that change going forward?
well, we're the intelligent ones are the only ones can fix this. So we have to
And
acknowledge
what is the fix, or how would you suggest we go about
that
getting to that fix?
it is pure self-hatred. Intelligent people don't think they have a self-hatred problem, but they do. So when they hear that if they could carry something even all the way from slavery to today, they
So you think self-hatred is the reason why the violence?
One moment, Mystery. Let him conclude. He's trying to finish out his whole dialogue, and I want him to finish. Go ahead.
they think that that's so far removed from them, and everybody thinks that. This is what I'm saying. They have a self-hatred problem. They will kill. I watch them stand still while police take their dope and their money and do not put them in jail, but they don't kill him. But if you say the hard word to that same person, he'll shoot you in broad daylight. I've seen them do it. That
Okay,
is
so
hatred.
but that's the point, and I agree with you. But you're saying also that the intelligent intellectual person
Yeah,
have the same thing, but he doesn't behave the same way.
he's
But
not a
you
killer.
but you're using the same, but you're using the person that you encounter back
Mhm,
and forth in your work,
mhm.
that the intelligent person have the same problem, and he's the one that can fix it. But you're not saying
But he's
what
not.
is the fix.
But he's not a
Mm.
killer. You have to acknowledge that you have a problem.
But if okay,
We all have a self-hatred problem.
okay, but
So even
let's
in our position, in our lofty position, what these Negroes need to do is stop
Wow.
messing with each other. You speaking self-hatred into self-hatred. You're not going to solve it, and it's going to go around and around, and everybody's then they're standing back laughing.
okay. But what you're saying is that the person who know that they can fix it have to admit that they have the problem. Correct?
Oh yeah, we all have that problem. We are sick with
I'm asking a
self-hatred.
question. I'm asking a question. Yes or
Yes,
yes?
yes. It's one
Okay.
of the things I'm
But
saying.
but the people who are demonstrating the ills in the community are the people who are least likely to accept it or accept it or acquiesce to it in the first place. So how do we
Can
get
I say
those
something?
elements? How do we get those elements to get to the fix?
Well, see, then they're not going to work with you. They'll work with the government before they work with you because of the self-hatred. See, we have to have
So,
the government.
but the government doesn't have time to try to fix you. The
I
government
know.
say, if you got a problem, this is my
I know.
solution to the problem. If you commit a crime, you go to jail.
I
We
Mm.
put you
understand.
there for 30
But
years,
they're
40
not.
years. When you come out, you too old, your bones are too brittly. You can't do nothing but feed yourself or maybe wipe your ass. So the government know how to deal with that problem.
Well, see, they're not going to work with Sage. They think the government. Everything is the government. That's why every solution that you hear them say, they always say the government. They think it's so huge, it's nothing we can do with ourselves. Every solution is the feds. The
No, I'm
feds have.
asking, but I'm asking you as black people that tune into Sage Talk
Mhm,
with this conversation and with this topic
mhm,
and with the prevalence and the rising of violence in our community, because as more women become more deadly violent
mhm,
and there being more women than men in our
mhm,
community,
mhm,
the violence is going to exponentially become more problematic.
mhm,
And because women, there's a prevalence in our community that women are not, they're viewed as children, and children are innocent. Therefore, women are not accountable for what they do. People will automatically look at a woman and not want to hold her accountable for her actions until it gets to the point where she kills someone.
Right.
Then it becomes a problem. But when she's young, as a teenager, no one wants to check her problem because, oh, it's just a woman. It's just a girl. She's just innocent. She's just like a child. These are the things that we say as men to promote women to become more violent over time until it gets to the point where they take a life. Then all of a sudden, we need to hold her accountable. But then how do you hold someone accountable that have been given a free pass and know that they have a VI pass on accountability for the past 15 years?
Well, we as men, as I said before, have allowed every federal movement, the feminist movement, destroyed our families, emancipated minors. Women, you don't need a man. I'll take care of you long as the man's not there. Here's some money. Here's a Section 8 house. Long as Sage
So
is
let me ask you this: are you saying that unless we as black men get the federal government involved, there's no fix into this problem?
I know.
I'm asking you because you keep inserting the federal government when nobody in this conversation have brought it up.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that's.
Can I say something?
Every solution
You'll have
is
a
the
chance.
government. They're
Say
not supporters of the black people. They don't see it's possible as we can solve our own problem. They always want to involve the Fed.
Okay, who is they when you say they?
The entire black population.
Okay, so are you saying that we got to write off a large majority of the entire black population?
No,
because if they won't work with us, hold on. I'm just trying to sift through your analogy and what you're making. If they won't work with us, the intelligentsia of the black community, and they will only see a solution in working with the government, the feds, as you have stated, and they will never work with us. Therefore, for us to be able to move forward, we need to write them off.
Well, you don't have to write them off. We quick to write each other off.
No, I understand that, but I'm asking you because you're saying, because you work with many people who suffer from the type of problems we're talking about or the complications in life, and from your own observation, you're saying that they would only be willing to submit themselves to the government or to the federal division of the government where they can implement programs of some sort. And the federal government will never really create a program to fix the problem because they make the problem and they profit and benefit from the problem.
They'll never fix it. And we
so then the logical conclusion down the line would be you got to write them off.
Write off who?
The large majority of black people.
Well, no, I think they take their clue from us. Most people are dissatisfied. And I think if the intelligence of the black, if we come together on one accord and agree to solve our own problems, set a code of conduct, stop tolerating this filth and street code. If we cut all that out, a lot of what Washington. What's his name? Charleston.
Washington.
Can I bring up
one second, mystery.
A lot of what he says is true. We have to stop. Like you say, this is not an excuse. I'm just saying this is nothing I can do and you can do by ourselves. We have to come to an agreement as a race.
Well, first we have to determine what the problem is and then come with possible solutions that we can execute. So this is where I'm looking to probe, to stick people where it hurts, to make them jump and let us have a serious conversation about things that are problematic, because so many people would prefer that some other force come in and fix a problem for black people, but the only people going to fix black people is black people. Okay, Mr. Washington, welcome to the
government
to Sage Talk. Come on camera, mystery, so we can see you. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Can you hear me, Mr. Lee?
Okay, 1 second. Let Mystery speak, because she was trying to get something in when Mr. Khan was speaking. Go ahead, Mystery.
I was just going to say, we talk like 45 minutes about the government and stuff like that. And it's just so irrelevant because we can't worry about the government in order to fix the community. I just think that, and I know everybody got their own propaganda of what they think can fix the black community, but I'm just going to better explain my of the root cause of the problem, which is the woman you get with. Like, I was even thinking of Kevin Samuels. I was thinking he said image. You know what I mean? If you look at the Black community, I think the morals is just gone, because they even walk out the house with no confidence and no morals, and image does matter, because for one, it boosts up your confidence, and it for one, it, you know, image matters, and I'm gonna touch on that on my own platform.
Okay.
But I just want to say that the root problem in general, I just think men need to watch who they choose, because you have to understand that it's not in favor of you. I want to bring up another group, but I'm not going to bring up a race. Let's bring up Christian. I'm not, no religion on here, no religion. I just want to bring up the dynamic, compare it to what I'm talking about. So where, let's just say it was a whole city. I'm just bringing up something random. A whole city of devil worshippers, okay? But it was a minority of good people. Those good people got together, you know, created a group called Christianity or something like that. And yes, they couldn't get everybody on code, but what they did was spread the word so they can grow more and more and more people to follow in their footsteps. And that's what I'm saying for the Black community. Like, yes, not every man is gonna listen, but if you keep preaching a word for men to, because let's just be honest here, you skipped over, Mr. Lee, when you said, and that's why I don't think you understood what I was trying to explain. You skipped over and said, oh, well, no, the child, and what comes before the child? The woman is there. Before the child is even born, the woman.
I did agree. I did mention that. I didn't.
Yeah, but let's just go along with what you said. Okay, so a man have sex and have a baby with a toxic woman, you know what I mean? And the child, you know, is brought up with that toxic woman. You can keep trying to raise the kid correctly, but they're gonna ultimately go back home with the mother. So why not just avoid the toxic woman? Why not just avoid them altogether? And a lot of men don't want to do that because they like the ratchet behavior. They like it brings in, I guess, excitement into the relationship.
Mystery.
Nope.
We do have that. I understood that.
That is the problem,
and
though.
That was something that I did give you credit that I did not. Let me finish. I did not expect that point of view when I started this conversation, but I did say that what you said made sense.
I know it makes sense.
Okay,
but I'm
so
saying that
sit tight. I thought you had something else you wanted to add.
No, I'm not trying to say. I'm just trying to say if we can look into that, because talking about everything else is pretty much irrelevant. Because let's say if you have babies with these toxic women, the cycle is going to continue. You can't raise other people's children. You think you're going to go into someone else's household and raise their children? Say, hey, child, listen. No, they're going to listen to their mothers. So, like, if there is no other situation, no other, this generation is gone. You can keep trying to preach to these thugs. We've been doing this already for so many years. We've been doing this for years. It's not getting anywhere.
Sit tight. The thing is, we do have to hear other perspective, even if your perspective rise to the top 5 for consideration and methodologies on what we would do next.
Can I ask everybody on the panel?
No, one second.
Everyone.
No. This is my panel. Sit tight. Let Jay Washington speak. Jay Washington, and then Primetime 89.
Can you hear me, Mr. Lee?
I can hear you.
Hello to the panel. Hello, Mr. Lee. It's so wonderful to be able to speak with you. I am a serious admirer of yours. I've been watching you for some time now. I'm so grateful that you brought me up. Thank you so much. I'd like to begin with that. And I'd like to say hello to everyone on the panel. And but I just want to, because we've kind of drifted just a little bit. We're wanting to jump ahead to the solution to what we know is true. But I want to go back to what the conversation is initially about. And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Lee, the question you ask is, are Black people genetically predisposed to violence?
Yes, or genetically violent.
So when you're speaking of genetically, are you speaking about the genome? Are you speaking about chromosomes? Are you speaking about biologically?
All of the above. I'm not a scientist, but what I'm saying is, are we born this way? Whatever the
Because of
makeup
what's
is in the
presented.
mystery, this is Washington's floor, and I'm just reacting to her clarification that she requested.
The sis has a lot to say, and she's ready to pop off.
No,
Mr.
I'm not
Lee.
ready to. It's just simple questions. I don't understand how people don't understand it when they come up here. It's simple
But we
Well,
have
questions. You know
to
sis,
what
we
I
have to
mean?
give people the latitude to have their say. I
sis,
gave you the
but
latitude to have your say, so allow Miss Washington the same.
the
But
thing
with
is, sis, is that we're all wanting to have something to say. You're not the only one. And so
I
you have to
know.
wait. You have to, I know it's frustrating because we keep having the same conversations and you're wanting to hurry up and get your point across, but you have to
No, it's
understand
not
that
that.
we all have a point to get across and you
Yes,
have to
it's
wait
not
your
that.
turn.
It's not
But do
okay,
that.
you
It's just a
understand
big pet peeve for me is when people are asking
do you
questions
un,
like they don't understand
do
it.
you
Like,
understand that you
okay,
have to wait your turn? Do you understand that concept?
yes, I do understand that, but when you're
Can
coming
you
up here asking a
practice?
question,
okay,
that's just
Can you
mystery.
disingenuous to the
practice?
whole conversation when you're
Can
not
you
Mystery.
listening before you
practice?
come up here.
1 second, Miss
Can you
Washington.
practice the concept?
1 second,
I
Miss
mean, it's just
Washington.
really nice to listen before you
Mystery.
come up here so you don't be
Mystery.
asking what the question is.
Mystery. I need you to follow my lead. I have no problem allowing you response time, but you have to be gracious enough to allow other people, no matter how much time I allowed them to express themselves, because it is stage talk. So I give people grace to say as lengthy as they need to say, as long as I can understand what they're saying and it makes sense and we can follow the conversation. I give people grace. So I asked you the same, to be gracious, because when you have the floor, I'll make sure they don't interrupt you as well. Go ahead, Miss Washington.
Thank you, sir. And again, so now that we've clarified the question, you're speaking of biologically, chromosomes,
I'm
genes,
saying,
past.
as you're born as a baby, whatever is inside of you, does that make you predisposition to be violent? Period.
No, no. The
Okay.
answer to that is no.
Okay.
And if I may,
Elaborate.
expound.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Um, One thing I agree with the sis about is that it's cultural. It's cultural. It is in our culture for a very long time, and I don't want to get into too much history, but for a very long time, it's in our culture for a certain sect of
Yes,
what
right.
we call
That's
a
right.
very.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
It's a very long time that a certain sect of what we call Black has been culturally, raised or to be a certain preponderance. And what I mean by that, when I say a certain sect, what I'm really talking about, Mr. Lee, is class. See, I usually have an issue when we talk about Black people and we lump them all in to that pot. Because see, there's a certain class of Black people, none of whom are on this panel. The people that you're speaking of, who have a predisposition towards violence, these people don't show up on these panels. These people are out right now committing crimes and scamming and wreaking havoc in their communities. The people that usually respond to your question that you've asked aren't doing those things. These people that you're speaking to who are responding are a completely different class of what we call Black people.
Yes, and I
And
think
so
I made that clear in
it's
the beginning of the conversation. And I will say this, right? Like doctors who are having a meeting on how they're going to deal with people with either physical trauma or emotional trauma, when they're having that conversation, the patient is not in the room. And I look at this as we are the intelligentsia of Black America, or we aspire to be, and we see some of the problems that we're surrounded by in our community, or if we're fortunate to live outside where it doesn't affect us, but we have a concern and a care for our community. We're the ones that have to try to come up with a solution to help the sick. The sick is not going to say, "Oh, I'm sick. Let me fix my problem." If he was that capable or she was that capable, the problem would be minuscule, if at all. So that I understand. Go ahead.
And I love that analogy, Mr. Lee, except for one thing. Some people cannot be cured of what the medical intelligentsia have found to be the issue.
Absolutely.
Again, I will go back and refer to the sister that I agree with something that she said, is that we don't want to acknowledge or admit or accept that some of us cannot be helped in this generation. It's almost like you have to start all over, because with this generation that we're in right now, and I dare say the young ones that are coming up directly in this era, in the 2022s to 2032, they may be doomed as well. I think you would have to start with the babies being born in 2022 to begin to correct the issue. I dare say you have to throw the whole so-called certain sect of Black people away. Mr. Lee, I know you've heard the phrase that everyone cannot go. I know you've heard that adage. Everyone can't go. Everyone is not going to go. And so when the doctors get together over their board and they're looking at a patient and the patient's issue and they diagnose it, at some point they do say, well, this is stage 4 and there's no help for this person. Likewise, for a certain sect, not all Black people, but for a certain sect, it's stage 4. They cannot be helped. It's no longer really our responsibility, but it is our responsibility, not in a moral sense.
To safeguard those who will come after.
Come on, Mr. Lee. Come on, Mr. Lee. We have to protect the ones. We have to protect the ones that are about to be born right now, because you're going to continue to get the people who, like what you were trying to alleviate early in the conversation, the ones who are making excuses.
Mm-hmm.
Because, see, they're making excuses, and it's fascinating to me that they make excuses, because the ones that are making excuses are never the ones committing the crimes. They're never the ones committing the deletions. They're never the ones committing the robberies. They're never the ones cursing people out in public or sagging their pants or being ratchet.
I will say this, right? Not to cut you off, and I apologize. My point with the ones that make excuses, they're like the nursery. They're part of the nursery that grow those type of people. They enable it. And then when it becomes too big for them to handle, then they have all the pronouncements. But when it's young, it's cute. It's funny. Oh, it's like like sometimes you see on TikTok, little kids cursing out their parents. It may be cute when she's 6 and 7, but when she's 14, 15 and slap you upside your face with that curse, it ain't so funny no more. And when they take that out into the street, that's when it becomes violence within the public sphere.
Yes, sir. Just like those little Black children who were, I think it was Minnesota or Wisconsin, and there were 2 police officers there for another reason, and they were outside, and the little kids were no more than 5 years old, and they were being belligerent and cursing at the cops. They even did so much as to hit the cop and kick the cop. That's learned behavior. That's learned behavior. That's why I say it's not genetic. It's learned behavior from in a certain realm of the so-called Black community. The majority of the Black community is highly functioning, but we're allowing the smaller, outrageous, ratchet part of us to roam free like that. When I was growing up, there was some neighbors who had dogs in the yard, and they kept them safe from the public. And there's other people in the neighborhood who would let their dog roam free and wild, and the dog would cause problems in the yard. Well, we are the people who are highly functioning blacks have somehow found it okay to allow the dysfunctional to roam rapid and free, as if, you know, we don't have a burden to bear. It does
Okay.
affect us. It's
Okay.
affecting us.
Well said. I like that analogy and the way you put it. Your conclusion is very similar to Mr. Khan's conclusion, even though the process by which you arrived there was different. His process was different, whereas yours is completely different than his. But for some reason, you're both ending up at a very similar conclusion. Now, my question to you would be, since the larger majority of functional Black people have made the decision to allow the dysfunctionals to run free, what then do we now do, if anything?
Okay, that's an excellent question. Now we're getting to what the sis wants to deal with. She wants to talk about the solutions. And I want to talk about the solutions as well, but that wasn't what you were asking us.
All
and
right.
so
I did pose solution at the end of my talk in the last question. However, after the last question, my summation. Hold that thought, because Prime Time is on with us, and I'd like some feedback from him first before we get to solution.
Mr. Lee, I'm just going to give these 2 points, and I'm going to get off the panel so you can get other people on.
Okay.
The solutions, I think, maybe 2-pronged, maybe 3-pronged. One is, we, again, going back to what I said earlier, we have to protect the generation that's being born in the year 2022 to 2023. The other part of that is that we have to turn our backs away from the criminal element of the community. We have to stop defending them. We have to stop supporting and enabling them. We have to start turning them in and turning our backs on that simultaneously, while getting help for those who aren't stage 4, but who might have stage 2 part of the problem, and we can probably treat them. But so there's a 3-pronged situation: treat the ones who aren't stage 4, protect the ones who are just about to be born, and turn our backs on the ones who are stage 4. Thank you all. Thank you, panel. Thank you, sis. Thank you, Mr. Lee. God bless you.
Much appreciated. Prime Time, you can unmute yourself. Welcome to Sage Talk. How you doing, brother?
Hi, good evening. First time here. The question is, are Black people genetically violent criminals?
Well, not criminals, just violent.
Sorry
part
about
is
that.
a result of your violence.
Right. Sorry about that. My answer is no. However, I believe at this point in my life, I believe Black folks purposely train them to be.
Say that again, the last part. Black folks,
I
what?
believe train them to be.
We train our children to be violent?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Not as
is
far
it deliberate?
as like,
is it conscious, or is it subconscious and unaware?
Subconscious, unaware. Yeah. Not like, hey, 3-year-old son, hey, 3-year-old daughter, here's a knife, here's it. No, none of that. It's just subconscious. And the reason why is because at this point, and Mixed Mystery made a lot of good points about having men having children with these toxic women. Forget the toxic women. Why are you having children in these type of environments?
Well, the race must continue, because in every generation in history, you can always go back and find problematic times where and when you could say children should not be born. But I think, in my mind, that the best of people come out in the worst of times.
And I'm not saying like, because I never grew up in the hood, I never grew up in the project, so don't quote me on like the majority of Black children or the project and everything. But what I'm saying is, when you have children around emotional adults that made children, emotional men, and pretty much dysfunctional men, dysfunctional women, that's not able to raise children, a dysfunctional couple that know they're not going to be together, a dysfunctional couple that knows they're not going to get married, a dysfunctional couple that knows they're not in the right type of place to raise children, and yet you still have it. Like I said, that's subconscious.
But
That is subconscious.
but
I'm gonna let her go.
most
Let her
but
go.
yeah, but most black people who are dysfunctional don't know that they're dysfunctional. And the
Mm-hmm.
having of children is by the mere engaging in sex. I would
Mm-hmm.
say 90% of these people who have children didn't lay down together and plan the baby unless it was an entrapment.
But they're still
They
adults. They
didn't
know what they're doing.
lay down together and say, you know what? Our relationship is so good. You know, we'd like to build a future together. We're going to buy a house. We're going to move out into the suburbs. We can start having a family now. That's not how the conversation go. The conversation is a oops, baby.
I just thought of
Oops, I
something
didn't have my
crazy.
period 6 weeks later. And these are the 3 guys that I had sex with that same week. I'm going to call them all up and tell them I'm pregnant, see which one give me the positive result.
I just thought of something crazy. I want to feed off of him, Mr. Timey 89.
No, prime time.
Prime time. Okay, so you know how even throughout history, if a demographic group of people felt mistreated, they go out and march, go out and protest, and they would get the sympathy of the government, and they will go and make changes. For example, the feminist movement. For an example, BLM, Black Lives Matter. But what if a group of men, because you don't hear men out there protesting, men don't well, actually they have historically about the wage,
They have
about the, being underpaid and more vacation time back in the 1920s,
union.
and change happened. So what if a big influencer preached for men to go out and protest to cut off the government benefits? I think the government would sympathize like they do with every other protest group. And they sympathize with even the LGBTQ. The government sympathize with any protest group.
Well,
so if men go out there and protest, I think they can make a change as well. I think if they make a change to cut off those government benefits and I feel like that can really, and it sounds crazy, but I think that can, like, someone as big as Kevin Samuels, if they can get enough people out there to get a movement started or something, just even if it's small, more people from different races are going to jump in and try to protest with it. I just feel like if men start protesting like the LGBTQ, like the Black Lives Matter, like the feminist movement, why would it be different for men? Why they wouldn't get denied? Because they was, the government paid attention to their protest group back in the 1920s when they wanted more vacation time, and they earned that. At first, back in the 1920s, people worked 7 days a week, 80 hours. Consistently. There wasn't a
let
specific.
Prime Time respond to your question.
Let me respond. It sounds good. It sounds good on the panel and everything, but it's extremely difficult because straight men are so looked down upon on. Not even just black, just straight men that want better for America, better for the country. They're looked down upon because men don't work together these days. They cater to
Black
other
Lives
groups.
Matter was looked down upon, but guess what? It started with a small
But how long
group.
they succeeded? How long they succeeded though?
It took years. It took years.
Black Lives Matter was an LGBT movement. It was not a
by three black,
movement.
but three black lesbians.
They used the traumatic killings of black men to
George
motivate
Soros.
the movement.
Yeah, but it
And
took
they got
years.
money
Even the feminist movement took years.
But what I'm saying, they succeeded. They're succeeding right now. They're succeeding at a large rate. That's why I asked you, like, how long Black BLM succeeded. They started like what, 2013, 14.
So you think if a group of men go out there to have their voices heard, to speak up against what they think is wrong, you think that it would take, every movement takes a lot. But do you think that
I would say this, both to Mystery and Prime Time, I think men of value who see themselves as valuable men and that they are not able to find a woman in America that will come under their domain, they're exercising themselves and they're going overseas.
If they do a protest,
that is a protest. And that's going to mean a lot of money is going to leave. A lot of money will leave America and Black America.
That's fine, but not everybody wants to leave their country.
That's going to have effect on women.
Well,
that's an effect on women, because the simps are just the simps for their
That's what I'm
entertainment.
saying. Men
Yeah,
men
but
today
that's
are
a different.
catering to other groups.
Men
We're
are more
talking
Kids or
about
something.
here in America, though. That's just a
That's what we're
different.
talking
The
about.
Afro bros, that's something different. I'm saying like the people who are dedicated to their country, people who are conservative, are not really going to leave their
You're
country.
missing the
You know,
point.
especially white men. White men are not
Are
leaving
you
their
kidding
country
me?
that their
White men has been
ancestors
leaving.
fought for.
White men has
They're
been
leaving the
marrying
country. White men been
wives
leaving.
long before black men even
They
knew.
go out
Yeah,
on
they've been
vacation.
leaving.
They go out on
No.
vacation, but the mass
They
majority go
still
out on
left.
vacation, but they
They
come
still
back.
left. They still
But
left.
they're not leaving their country that their ancestors fought hard for. They fought hard. They're not leaving this country in big masses. A lot of them are going to stay here no matter what, and they're going to fight through it. Because I've even talked to some hardcore Trump supporters, even with
That's
the gun
because there's
rights, they're
more
going to
white
fight
men
to
than
the
black
end.
Right,
men.
but they don't have the extent of the issue with regarding to finding a wife.
I
Then black men
understand that.
have the
And
extent of an issue
how did
with
we
regard
switch
to
to wives?
finding a wife.
I thought we were talking about a solution to make
Well, because
a change in the community.
because you said if black men keep having children with these women who are raising these criminal kids, the only way to
But they won't.
alleviate that is to not sleep with the women that are having the kids that will take them away
I
from
agree
you
with her on
and
that.
then
That
She's right about that.
ultimately
that too.
I
But
agree
my
with her on
thing
that.
is,
a
a
criminal
lot of these
environment.
women are having children because they're getting financially taken care of by the government because of they
Right.
think these
That's
low
my
income
point.
women really think that check is enough money to keep. But to them, that's comfortable. That's life to
But
them. They don't want to
that's the
grow. They don't want
point.
to get
That's the
bigger.
point. The
But if we
men
can
who
get rid of
have
the
an
government
opportunity,
benefits,
the men who have the financial opportunity are making different decisions. They're choosing
can I bring up
different
something?
women. Is it
Back in the
pertaining to the subject?
1980s,
No,
they didn't
go ahead.
have government. They didn't have this government stuff.
But
And
we
have you
can't
noticed the
turn
single
back the clocks of
mother?
time. We have to deal with now and forward.
I
And how do we
know, and that's
affect
why I'm
change
bringing it up
forward?
Mystery,
now. If we can
can I respond to you?
march,
Go ahead.
if we can march to stop the government benefits, women will stop wanting to have these children that they know they can't financially take care of.
Marching is not
That's
going
what
to
I'm
do it. It's
saying.
when the government
It
run
will
out of
bring
money.
attention. A
When the
march
Can't
government
even
run
get a
out of
word in.
money, that's going to solve the problem
Can't even get a word
overnight.
in.
a march will bring attention to something. That's the whole main point.
But
And then the other people.
that's the female's way of solving problems. Men solve problems differently, and men are not going to be marching in the streets. We're not.
Mixed
We're not.
Mystery, you're proving my point. Oh, you just said these men, especially black men, are sleeping with these toxic, ratchet women, whatever we call low class women. You're proving my point why it sounds good because they're catering towards them. These men know that these women have power in government, but they're still doing it. That's what I'm saying. Men today, straight men, whatever regard with race, like say simps. We cater towards BLM. We cater to the LGBT. The Asian signed a bill. The transgender signed a bill. We cater to all these other groups. We need to. We don't have enough men to do what we need to do as men. You get what I'm saying? So
All
it
I
sounds
know is
nice.
All I know is before, I just know if they cut off the government benefits, they would stop having children. Because even before the government benefits,
That's an
the
economic problem.
woman and men were
And
working and taking care of
and
their children correctly. It started
I
falling off in the
agree.
1990s.
I agree, but
1990s, when stuff started
a lot of
falling.
men have become soft today.
the solution is an economic solution. The
I don't
government
think
has
a
an
soft is
economic.
a problem because
the-
Asian
the
men
go-
are
let
actually
me
very,
finish.
It is
very
a
The
problem. It
soft.
is a
government.
problem because when you soft,
Asian men
you
are
can't.
so soft. Asian men are the softest men out of all group of men, and they're not like
But
this. They're not like
but
that.
they
It's not about soft.
they still know structure. They still know
It's
how to build their
violent. That's
community.
the
They still know
problem.
how to change laws.
Well,
That's what
they're
I'm saying.
females. Their
Softness is not
females
the
come from a
problem. Violence is
society.
the
Yes, it
problem.
Their
is.
females come from a society that's
Causing
different.
violence. You're soft. Aren't you soft by causing violence?
No, let me tell you something. I was brought up in a
So if I
foster
stab
care
someone because
system.
I'm
Okay,
angry because
let's
what
not
she
get
didn't
into
like to say, I'm
personal.
soft.
Let's
I
keep the
guess we got a
personal out of
different
it.
definition of what soft is, because soft is what I see with Asian men. They're very soft and nice. You know, nice men are not the problem. It's the
But they have
violent men.
they have intelligence. The way they grew up, their upbringing, they have a certain amount of intelligence to
They have
know
a
that hey,
cultural.
even
They have a cultural dynamic
exactly.
difference
Okay,
Even
so
than.
though I
nice men. So what you're saying is nice men are the problem, not violent men. Violent men are not the
no,
problem. It's the soft
it's
men.
not about
What?
that. No, listen. When you're
I
talking about Asian men being soft, we're thinking mostly that they're they're non-confrontational. But at the same time, they have a level of intelligence of what the ideal family I'm gonna raise, what type of women I'm gonna pick. You
so we
know,
got
what
a
type of
different
children.
definition of
One
what
second.
soft
One
means.
second. 1 second. Both of you, hold on a second. The Asian issue with regard to how Asian men are choosing to solve their female feminist problem, they're just not marrying them and they're not having no babies. The Asian problem of reproduction is one of the worst of the industrial world, worse than Europe. So the Asian men are acting as a group to solve their problem. Now, what Prime Time is saying is that they're not like us. They're not going to choose the methodologies that we choose. But it doesn't mean that their choice on how they choose to solve their problem won't be effective for them.
Right.
They need to change the mind of their women, and they're taking steps to change the mind of their women. We need to change the mind of our women, and we're taking different steps to do that.
Can I just say that? And everything I'm saying right now is proving your point, Mixed Mystery, about how black men out there is causing havoc in our communities. So we're comparing that to the Asian men. And that's what I'm saying. They know structure better than us. I'm not saying black folks or black men are just drooling idiots. I'm not saying that. But I'm saying they know structure more than us. And
I do want to apologize because I think me and you, I think I was brought up different. I don't know, wording is different. I guess your definition of soft means something different than mine. Because I thought soft means very nice.
It can mean many things. It can mean like unnecessary violence, like killing someone over
violence.
Jordan.
Okay.
Don't you think that's
soft
soft?
To you means violence.
It means anything else, but I'm using violence as an example.
Say killing someone over violence is not. I think the person that's doing the killing is just animalistic and can't make good decisions. I don't think someone who chooses not to kill somebody over a pair of sneakers is soft.
I want to.
Yeah, I don't understand what he means when he says soft, because soft to me means a nice guy.
Right. I didn't understand what you meant by that either. What do you mean by soft? Prime time. Define that clearly.
No, what I mean by men, I mean men are soft because men need to do what we have to do to build this country better. But we're gravitating to these groups, feminist groups. Men are signing these legislations for them. They made Biden made bills. Biden made bills for Biden made bills for transgender. He made bills for Asian protection with the whole Stop the Asian Hate. Which to me, Stop the Asian Hate is another propaganda, just like BLM. Like it's nothing. Like Asians are getting randomly attacked. What was it?
I said correct.
Asians are getting randomly attacked because of the whole coronavirus. That's just propaganda. It's still media propaganda.
No, that is true. That actually is happening.
Mystery.
Because of the virus.
We're not going to get into that conversation, but I don't.
Okay, fine. Okay, move on. What I'm saying is other groups know how to get things done. That's what I'm saying. There's not enough straight men that are willing to stand together and say, hey.
Like you said, the men who are passing these bills and making these laws and giving the money, when you say that they're weak, these are all men of power. These are all top politicians who are very wealthy economically. They support the LGBTQ movement, and they support the feminism or feminist or womanist movement, and they're endorsing those things with money, and corporations are backing it. Media is backing it. There's a large part of the society that is considered mainstream, that is financially and ideologically supporting a lot of these ideas. I would say just black men, but men in general who are heterosexual men are the boogeyman, and we are a good boogeyman, so they're never going to really do anything to alleviate the pressure that's on us.
Well, that's what I meant when I said social engineering, controlling the whole population like a school of fish or a flock of birds. On one hand, they acknowledge what you just said, but then they'll turn around and say, well, what does the white man have to do with everything? How come the white man is the fault? They don't want to acknowledge none of the government effects, from welfare, from media, from Megan Thee Stallion to reality TV. All of that is social engineering. That reality TV is black exploitation 2.0.
But we have a choice not to propaganda.
We have a choice not to.
We have a choice. We have a choice, sir. We have a choice.
No, you listen. You're not understanding what I'm saying. You have to go farther than not watching. We have in the 60s when we charged them with
Okay,
with
Mr. Reed,
buckwheat.
thank you.
When we charged them with buckwheat and all those cartoons and all of that stereotyping and all of
Programming.
the exploitation movies, they cut it out. And now what they've done, they perfected it and took you can say not watch it all you want, but your women and your girls are modeling themselves after Nene Leakes.
My girl ain't.
I'm not mine either, bro. But look at our women, dude.
But the thing
Mm-hmm.
is it's so prevalent within the society that when they leave the house, they have friends who are.
That's right.
And girls, particularly, are social creatures. They're gonna want to fit in.
Exactly.
So unless you have a community of like-minded people, it's going to be very difficult.
Yeah, and if we charge them with that like we did in the 60s and stop playing with them like they your brothers, they ain't your goddamn brothers, bro. They your enemy, like dogs and cats. And we need to cut that shit out. These new brothers, these young people, they grew up on Bart Simpson being their friend and SpongeBob. They think these people are their friends. They don't know there's vampires. They think these people are their friends. They look at me, you bros, y'all behind the time. Ain't nobody stopping me. I don't care who signed this check. I don't care if it's a corporation or if it's wherever it comes. They do anything now for money, bro. They don't see the government, the feds as their enemy. They don't even see welfare. She said welfare started in the 90s. She said
I want to.
Welfare started long ago.
Yeah, this been going on since
before I was born.
Yeah, that's right. This has been going on since the 40s. And they looking at stuff, they don't even understand what they're seeing. So they don't see them as the enemy, bro. They don't want to admit they're being manipulated. That's what I'm saying. They don't want to admit that they're being manipulated. They think
okay.
You understand?
So check this out. I'm in the streets here of New York. I'm in Queens right now. So if I'm black, right? You see my skin color? So if I randomly smack someone in the face, that's assault, right?
So again, if you randomly smack who?
If anyone, I'm in a public street right now.
Right.
So if I smack someone as a black person, I'm committing a crime. I'm committing a heinous crime.
A violent crime.
A violent crime. Me being black, what's the purpose of me doing that? Because I'm black.
I don't know.
So how can you say but you can speak about when black people do certain things.
If I can add to that analogy you just made, the problem is most of the times what happens is when a situation like that does happen, black people will come out and try to defend his action.
Thank you.
Claiming that he had some kind of upbringing problem.
Not you, but black people out there would these conscious Umar Johnson and all these pro-blacks. They will.
Smart, well-to-do people of influence will come out and support and defend that bad behavior instead of checking that person and said that's bad behavior and you're going to have to be punished for what you did.
I'm not one of them. Prosecutors.
Right. But we're talking
no slavery, no white man taught me how to do this. None of that.
Right. We're talking to a greater audience. Let me just read this comment. Sammy Ivory 86 says, "It's not white men, it's certain white people who pushes policies to be implemented and bought preachers, activists in the Black American communities." Yes, obviously it's not everyone, but it's the influential people who have the power of the pen and the vote.
I want to respond. I want to respond to Washington, the other lady that came on. What's her name? Jay Washington.
Yeah, Jay Washington.
She says it's funny how the people, black folks that are making excuses are well-to-do, not doing crimes. They're not degenerates. They're not doing anything. They're not committing any of that. It's funny she said, and you agree with that. You did agree with that. You were like pointing like this. Yeah, okay. Right. So if you're on social media a lot and you see all these toxic sites, especially on Instagram, I mean, we all know Shade Room, right? We know Shade Room. We know, okay, there's Baller Alert. There's Hollywood Unlocked, On Site, Spiritual Word, the whole Instagram, Facebook, TikTok. I'm in these comments. I see these comments. Black folks. I see a common pattern. I'm not going to accuse every single black folk that's enabling bad behavior, that they're criminals. But at the end of the day, that should be a crime to enable that behavior. I saw a video of little black girls jumping on a car, singing that ratchet hit over the summer. You know, the F and N, F N word F,
Yeah.
the ratchet anthem.
Right.
Little black girls are doing that, and guess what? Black women are doing in the comments.
You know, applauding. I saw that.
I'm not gonna accuse any of those women of committing a crime. But you know what they're saying?
What?
They're saying, so what? I used to sing ratchet songs in the 90s and the 2000s, and I was in the honor roll school, and I was in the honor roll classes and everything.
Yeah.
I got a degree. I got a master's degree.
Yeah.
You don't see that. And also the whataboutism. I seen white chicks dance sexually like Christina Aguilera back in my days in the late 90s and everything. You don't see that's a problem. When Jay Washington said, it's funny how we are making excuses on enabling that behavior, that should be a crime in my opinion. Because the more you enable that, they will grow into that. That's why I said early in the beginning stage of black people want to train these kids to be not just criminals, but degenerate. That F and F, that's a degenerate behavior song. I may like the beat. The beat's hot. I ain't gonna lie. The beat's hot. That's a hard beat.
See, that's. Let me just address that what you said.
Okay.
Because see, and we who are of the know and see the problem, we can have an effect if we had the discipline. Because just like we know the message is wrong, but the beat is seductive, they know how to package the product.
Mm-hmm.
They know how to package the product. If now you and others who know that the message is wrong, fuck the beat.
Look at the music video. There's a pregnant chick dancing. Look at the music video. A pregnant chick dancing.
See, what I'm saying is if we cut off them at their money source, they're going to have to make a change. Why do you think the MCU is losing so much money and they're being forced to make a change?
Well, Sage, we did it before with less. We didn't have the internet in 1970.
Right. Which means now we can have a greater effect.
I was a little boy. I was a baby. You could go to work with braids. Everybody went to work in the post office with afros. Now in 2022, they can't even wear their own hair. They pull their children out of some schools for wearing their own hair because
they're now passing laws to change that. New York's got a law. LA's got a law. Several other states have made it a law so you can now actually be your natural self as a black person to wear your hair how you choose to, right?
But listen what I'm saying. This is 2022. We did that in 72, 71. What happened between then and now?
A lot. That's 50 years, 2 generations.
Yeah, and so what I'm saying is we called them out for creating buck dancing, step and fetch it. Now the women they're sitting there applauding Nene Leakes in reality TV, and we're not saying nothing. I'm saying,
because before the white man was the target, now it's black women that's doing it and pushing it.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, we as the men, we could kill it in one weekend.
We can't kill it in one weekend. It would be. It needs to be we need to be sustaining in what we're doing over time. It'll take time because this movement and what's been going on has been going on for 50 years. You're not going to change 50 years of behavior and policies in a week.
You got a lot of black male simps too.
Exactly. We know that. More so than white. Let me just make a comment on this because I said the MCU is losing money. Swag Cage says MCU is not losing money. I think you may want to look at the numbers. Look at the numbers on the last 4 movies that they made based on their production budget. It's not even 100% return on what they spent. Those numbers are real.
Yeah,
we can make things grossly unpopular overnight. That's how we know the people follow a small.
It'll take longer than that.
You know what I'm saying? The people follow overnight. They'll change their clothes. and all of a sudden they got to have these.
Well, the thing is what it would take for us to make that change. It won't be a popularity contest. It's not going to be a fad.
You hate
it's
black
not going to be
people.
something that the lower class amongst us will find faddish to do. This would be something of the most deliberate, conscious, aware black people in our community will deliberately do as a sacrifice to make a change. This is not going to be something that's a fad that everybody going to catch on to and want to do.
Right.
So that type of change ain't going to happen like that.
Well, we'll see. Listen,
black people can't even boycott nothing for a weekend.
No, but listen to what I'm saying.
Black people still buy Gucci.
All process.
H&M.
White people can tell us we don't like you, don't buy our shit, and what we do, we go buy more of their shit.
But look, black people were processing their hair.
Sage with the kill shot.
They were processing their hair, and overnight they stopped doing it. And I'm saying, man, I'm using it as an example, but what I'm saying, they're doing what they see other people do. They never really believed and loved themselves to wear afro in 1969. But what I'm saying is the militant intelligence did it, and the 85% followed because they did. And we can do the same thing.
Because it was a symbol to us. It was a symbol of standing up against oppression.
To the
Today, one of the main things that black people say is we're not the monolith, meaning we don't always see the same thing the same way.
Excuses, all that. It's
that's
not
a
a
way,
black
That's
thing.
a way to say I'm not down with you. Y'all over there with that.
Can I respond to that? It's kind of like I compare black folks to cops. Like we'll say the cop. Why don't the good cops call out bad behavior for the bad cops and everything? But aren't we doing the same thing? Like, i.e., no snitching. Are we doing the same thing? It's very hypocritical. Our community. I'm gonna just say this because right now, like my apartment is just down the block. I'm glad I live in a non-black community, even though this is a not predominant black city, New York City. But at the same time, I'm glad I don't live in a black neighborhood because it's just, other than the crime, it's just too much dysfunctional. It's just lack of accountability. The women are in charge. It's hypocritical. It's like I'm looking at social media, and I'm not saying every single black person on social media all live together. They all live in the project and all that. But I see this common behavior in these posts. When black people commit crimes, we'll say it's not a black thing. It's a race thing. The other races do it too. But when we see articles of a white person consuming meth, a white boy shooting up the school, January 6, 2021, white folks being racist towards black people, you know what we say in the comment? You know, black people say in the comments? Sounds about white. White people-ish. Black people don't do this. White people do this. I don't see a black folks do all this stuff. So basically, we call it a white thing. So it's very hypocritical of us, and I know why. Because we don't want to make yourself look bad. But the problem is, y'all just as worse as the cops. You guys don't call out bad behavior in our community. That's why I had that one problem with Jay Washington.
And that's why I wanted to have this conversation today, because over this year, we've had so many black rappers been killed for virtually nothing.
PME Rock last weekend. And I'll challenge black folks. Let me ask black folks, especially in the comments, let me ask this. Killing rappers, is that a people thing or a black thing? Thank you. Exactly. You can't even, if I ask y'all what other race killed a rapper here in the United States, y'all would Google, y'all would deflect.
The talented people of their community.
Well, I'm saying, what race of people murder rappers here in the United States?
But see, Sage,
anywhere.
What he's saying.
The only people that kill rappers anywhere is the U.S.
But no, I'm saying what race? What race?
Black.
White people killing.
Oh yeah.
Huh?
Well, they're not no real top white rapper, but there are other rappers in other venues. Like
no.
Reggaeton is a Spanish rap music.
Say. What I'm saying is, what race of people murder rappers? Any other race? Who's pulling the trigger on the gun? Who's stabbing these rappers? What race of people are doing that?
I already answered that. That's black people.
Okay, all right. Sorry, I didn't hear that. My bad. I apologize.
No problem.
Sorry.
Well, see, Sage, what he's saying, my point is, when I say the self-hatred amongst the intelligent, we're supposed to be We're standing by right now for the last 15 years, 20 years, and you speaking about rap. Rap used to be X-Clan, Brand Nubians, Public Enemy. It was good, positive, black unity.
Scott LaRock still alive from the Bronx back in '87. Exactly.
We stood by and let them bring it down to push it, sex, and I'm gonna blow your damn brains out. And
but you know what? It's what Primetime said. What Primetime said is the beat. They changed the lyrics, but they kept the good beats. And we bought the beat. We bought that. We support that. Because if we said, you know what, we don't like where rap is going, and we stop buying rap overnight, those companies will go out of business. Every division would lose money. The parent company would be surviving by a string, and they will change it up, or they will let rap go altogether. We'll come out with a new genre of music, and then they'll try to pump that. But by then, hopefully, we're smart enough that we'll have enough black people to build our own music industry up. Like right now, you have in Africa, you have a new black Hollywood in Africa starting. How is it that we don't have our own black production companies in the United States?
Listen, every millionaire, so-called mogul set is that's black. It's a black individual. It's not a black group, a black union, a black commune, a black pool. It's an individual that got his money from sports or whatever he got it from Tyler Perry or whoever. But there's hardly any examples of us working together in 2, 3, or 4 to create these millions and millions of dollars.
But are we pushing
it? That's the problem, because that's why I so much dislike the term "we're not a monolith."
Exactly.
No other nation of people is a monolith either.
Nobody.
They just know how to come together to do things that benefit them as a group and empower them, because the more rich Chinese billionaires, the stronger the Chinese people are.
That's right.
The more rich white billionaires, the stronger white people are. But for some reason, we can't see how making more black billionaires through black businesses will make us stronger as a people.
What I like about other groups is we know how other groups know how to separate from their dysfunctional at a higher rate. Not all of them, by higher rate. We say dumb things like, "Oh, they invited to the cookout," just because they fit in with black culture. Like, in the black cookout, we'll just invite everyone just because they black. The loudmouth female cousin, the uncle, the overweight uncle that eats the whole damn barbecue and all that. Somebody shooting and everything. Like, we'll just invite just because we're black. Other races, they know how to separate themselves from their dysfunction.
You know how they do it? They have the barbecue at the country club where they're not a member and they can't get in. That's what we got to do.
We should start policing that.
You see how they curved Oprah Winfrey and Gail after they did that to Michael Jackson, after they did that to Kobe Bryant.
That to Kobe Bryant.
Now check this out. You don't see them no more. The media doesn't try to use them to sell nothing to us, to try to influence us. We killed them. We deleted them they see they can't use them anymore. Now they switched to younger black females.
And that's what I'm saying. We can make moves like that.
We can kill these other animals overnight the same way. We just have to come together and agree to do that.
You're right. In that regard, I definitely agree with you.
That's
hey, Jay Prince for president. You're just becoming a member? I'm surprised. I wanted your membership.
I wanted to comment.
But thanks for the membership, Jay Prince.
I want to make someone put in the comment black women are committing crimes. This is the thing. I'm all for holding black women accountable because, for the most part, more than black men, black women hate accountability and they play the victimhood more than men. But it gets me more upset that men do it. It's more serious that men play the victimhood Olympics. It's more serious that men don't take accountability. And I focus mostly on men because as men, we're supposed to grow the F up. We're supposed to mature at a different level more than women. So go
ahead, I'm sorry, finish your statement.
No. When I say when black women come out committing crimes, black women are not shooting up other people. They're not deleting rappers off the face of the earth. like black men are. I'm on the black men account. I'm on black men's head for this.
Right,
And I do
but
love my
black,
brothers, but I have to I just have to go in on your all your ASS, no homo. But at the same time, like saying this, and also the black women raise us to be like this. Listen, whoever the reason why black women are single mothers, that's a different topic. That's a different story. It varies. We're not in their household. Yes, there's certain stats, but we don't know every single black couple. Okay,
right, but
but at the same time,
we don't have to go by every single black couple, because if that analogy
exactly,
could be used for everything, we have to go by
exactly,
the numbers and the statistics that the numbers show. And on the broader
exactly.
side of the numbers, children who come out of single family household, black, white, or otherwise, tend to do worse and have a more preponderance towards criminality and lesser and lower education and lower income than those who come from intact families, homes. So those statistics do brought out. And if we hear black women say all the time how difficult it is for them to be a single mother, and they give a bunch of excuses for that. But the point is, raising a child is not easy. And the reason why all animals have two parents. Birds and other animals, along with us, should be building families as a two family and extended family, grandparents, to build communities. There was a time when grandparents was prominent in the black community. Now people they don't even care about their grandparents. Some of them don't even know their grandparents unless they were raised with their grandparents because their mothers or fathers were MIA. We don't have a love for family. And family is important. Mother and father and grandparents, cousins,
Absolutely, I
uncles and
agree.
aunts. This is family. And we
Exactly.
got to get back to that. Your
But when
family
I
is
hear
not just your mother and your father, because your mother and father have mothers and fathers. And that's what
right,
builds good, strong communities. And we are throwing away our parents and the knowledge that I have, that I'm passing and sharing in this and these on this YouTube channel, is because I've lived 60 plus years. When you throw away your grandparents, you throw away this knowledge in your own home.
mm-hmm.
And that is part of what has been happening for us from the 50s, 60s, 70s, and then seem to have accelerated in the 80s, 90s, and 2000s up to where we are now. That we only think about self.
Yeah.
And as long as self is doing okay, that's fine. But you know what? The easiest way to pick somebody off or any animal off is the one that's straying from the crowd.
That's right.
I was gonna say I understand all that. That's a beautiful segment. I do agree with everything you said, but at the same time, like for example, like my girlfriend, well, we've been dating for like 2 years and some months now, but she's soon to be fiance. Um, she's black, but at the same time, I didn't pick her solely because she's black. Like that's just me. Like I'm not. It's gonna be weird with me saying this when I'm with a black woman, but I'm not pro black love. Neither am I pro interracial. I'm pro character. I picked her because she has great character. Even though even though we are a black couple, and I want to marry her. We don't have kids, and we're all gonna have black children. But at the same time, my focus is not solely on just skin color like that, because I could have dated someone else, but I found someone that has good character. Unfortunately, she lives in the hood because she has a cheap house in Jersey City, and it's not far from Queens. It's an easy train ride. But at the same time, it's like I don't like where she lives, but at the same time, I see the good in her. I see the character, because I told myself I would never date a girl that's from the for the most part, date a girl that's from the hood or lives in the hood. But I found something about her that separated her from her environment. And she grew up from Harlem. She was born in Harlem in '91. Like the whole 30-30, the NYPD cops back then in '91. She grew up around that. She grew up by the crack house and everything. And I'm pretty sure Anton didn't pick his wife solely because she's black. He found good character in her. That's what I'm doing. I'm about character, man.
Well, that's the thing. That's important. And just because you come out of a bad neighborhood or environment don't mean that you yourself emblematic of that environment. People rise above their environmental circumstances. People rise above their economics situation from when they're born. Some of the greatest people in our society have came from the most poorest start in life as opposed to those who came from wealth. Most of the time, those who come from wealth tend to squander it and lean upon the power of the wealth of their family until they grow up enough when they're 30s or 40s to then be able to make something of themselves. But the first 30 or 40 years of their lives, sometimes they tend to waste it on drugs and whatever they do. So not just because you come from a well-to-do family, you may always find success. And not always
Nah,
because
no
you
one's
come from
perfect.
an
Nowhere is
environment.
perfect.
Well, I don't like that term, everybody is perfect, because I think that's an excuse. Because if you know
No,
nobody is perfect, then why do we say it?
no,
Right?
no. What I'm saying, what I'm saying is because you said like you coming from a different environment
No,
that y'all naturally successful.
I'm just saying in general
Yeah,
that
yeah, I know.
we
Yeah,
shouldn't exclude someone just because they come from a particular environment. You judge
it
a
depends.
person based on the character of who they have become in
It really
spite of their
depends.
environment, right?
Even my girl would agree with it because she said my girl even said she would never date any guy that's in the Bronx.
Right. And she says that based on what
I'm
she
in
knows.
Queens, so
But she could potentially, I mean, she's with you now, but had she not met you, she could potentially meet someone from the Bronx that's
it's
living
possible. It's
somewhere
possible.
else
Yeah.
and be
Hmm.
of good character, because I've known guys from the Bronx. I've had friends from the Bronx that are of
It's
good
possible.
character as well. Okay,
Yeah.
Jay Prince,
I,
welcome to the
I,
Sage Talk.
I'm gonna hop off, right? Because
Okay,
my battery about to die.
appreciate prime
Yeah, yeah,
time.
yeah.
Hey,
Shout out to
I'm
you
going to
guys. Shout out
close
to
the
you, Jay
stream out a
Prince.
little bit as
Shout out
well.
to you, Prime Time 89.
Yeah, I
Okay,
got you. Subscribe to you, bro.
Okay,
thank
much
you for
appreciated.
now back to the subscription. I had to update my payment. That's why it
Oh,
made it
okay.
seem like.
Appreciate it.
At first, I
Appreciate
was
it.
wondering why they kept kicking me off, and I had to redo it. But that was
Oh,
it.
okay. So your credit card needed to be changed or something?
Yeah, I had to change my credit card, update the payment.
Okay. Don't worry about that.
Our
Well,
black people.
how long have you been listening to the stream?
I just got on. I had
you
just got
got
off
on.
the Aaron O show.
Okay, come on, man. You don't even know what we're talking about right now.
The genetic black people being violent inherently.
Well, I didn't say inherently. I just basically stated black people genetically violent. And then I had a whole introduction talking about the PNB Rock as to his killing last week. Other killings that we have seen for black rappers and black men, well-to-do black men. And I also cited a story that I picked up from Pink Book Lessons. Shout out to her. And I said if anyone wanted to go see the whole story, they could definitely go check it out. But she posted a story today about a young woman from Ohio who's around 24 years old who attempted to kill her boyfriend because she found some messages in his phone where he was supposedly dealing with her sister. She hit him, but she ran over a white man and killed the white man. Now she's being tried for murder, attempted murder, and negligence of her child, because when she did it, she had an 8-month-old baby in the van. And then after she wrecked the van and ran into a pole, she just ran off. And then they caught her later. But the point is that what I'm talking about is how our first solution to problems that we find is violence. Her first solution before she could come to some resolution with this guy, it's not like this guy's she was a virgin when she had him. She got several other children, of which the 4-year-old, the father got custody, and she was fighting with him to not give the baby back. The 7-year-old, which is the oldest, she whipped the kid and punched her in the face as part of her discipline. So she doesn't have good control over her emotions, and her way in dealing with things is violent. But that is not an isolated situation. She is emblematic of a lot of women in our community. And the brother or brothers who may have executed that brother last week, that rapper, is emblematic of many men in our communities. So I'm looking at this and I'm saying, look, man, inflation is going to continue to go up, and job situation is going to become more difficult because some people might say, well, it's money is an issue. The financial issues in America is just going to get worse for some, especially if you're uneducated, you lack a high college degree, or you lack special technical skills. You're going to find yourself in a big problem. Oh, thanks a lot, Con. Appreciate it for coming up today.
Oh, no, I'm still here.
Okay. I thought you were waving and you were.
No. I'll be right
back. Cool. So that was the gist of the conversation. So I wanted to see, whether or not those who came up, what they had to add. And I did read off 8 questions that I wanted us to talk about. I'll read some of them to you so you can know what I asked. The first question is, why do we as Black people seem to always choose the negative as opposed to the positive? The second question is, why do we choose to kill as opposed to protect life? The third question is there a gene in us Black people that makes us want to do evil or bad shit? And question 5 is, why do we tend to promote God or the Most High, Jesus, wear a cross, the Bible, but we don't do anything the Bible says that would give us a better life and a prosperous life? Because the Bible says if you do these things, if you keep my laws, I will make you rich, the most richest people on the planet, and nobody will be able to harm you. But yet we don't do that. But yet we promote God. In every second sentence, we say God, 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 God. We get an award, we thank God. But during the other 364 days, we doing all kind of wicked shit. So those were some of the questions that I asked. So, anyone you can pick that you may want to jump on and give me your point of view.
I think to sum everything up with that, when we talk about violence and with men, Black men and Black women, first off, we got to go. I like to go to the roots of the problem. For the past 50 years, we've been operating under matriarchy based off our feelings. Women used to be more violent than men, and men, not to say men not violent, but when men get violent, we just more deadlier when we do get violent. But overall, the women is more violent. You see that when a whole bunch of women together, they get catty with each other. They always competing with each other. They sizing each other up, looking at each other, all the other stuff. And by us men that was raised around these women, we inherit that behaviors from our women. A lot of people say I'm always talking about women, or the white man, but if we having all these issues, we can't keep picking the leaves off the tree. You gotta, if we really must want to change it, you gotta dig into the roots. And a lot of our women, I learned how to be violent from the women. Okay, I learned how to do violent things.
It's funny that you say that, because there was a young lady, Mix Mystery, and she said this relatively the same thing. She says, to really fix the problem, you got to look at the Black women. We got to stop having kids with these women, because these are the women that are being violent in the way they bring up the kids, and the kids are interpreting that violence as solutions, how they solve problems, and then they grow up to be violent in society.
Yeah, and also while these women was being violent, it never been no consequences for them.
Right.
And by them not having no consequences, now at the time when we was boys, when we was young, we get away with that stuff. We thought we gonna have the same consequences and repercussions like our mamas and our sisters and stuff. But as we get older, we quickly realize that how the way they was raised, and how we gonna get treated,
how society treat women versus how society treat men is
gonna be a different ball game.
Right.
But by that time, we've been done. This is what we was brought up on.
Right. That's what you know.
Yeah, a lot of men I used to be in our family used to be like, especially when we get invited. A lot of men used to be like, man, don't have, like, I be telling my sister about my son, my nephews now. But man, why you having him doing this? And you know, why would you call your son over there to do this? And why would you call your brother? Why you call us? It usually be men that be trying to prevent, especially the violence that we get into. It be over there over the dumbest shit. A man stepped on your shoes in a crowded club. The club already crowded. And
Right, that's
you stepped on
expected.
your brand new Jordans, and now you want to. Back then we used to fight. Now they want to shoot you. All of that is when you think about
That's
violence,
emotional behavior.
Violence is emotional behavior, untamed emotional behavior. It never been
addressed,
and it also been kind of like elevated. You know, people used to push it, and you know, and that's when go back to say like they never got the consequences. So a lot of us men, we come from that. And that's why you see a lot of men. Yeah, we got the male face on it. Yes, the male face, but overall, it was a woman behind it. And after you get done being violent, women used to reward you. They used to reward you, especially if you beat somebody up. You get sex. If you kill somebody, you the macho man in the neighborhood.
You celebrate.
All the women want you.
You celebrate it.
It's very celebrated. So
well,
that's why
okay, and that's a good point. So obviously, you know, I'm glad we're having this conversation, and I'm glad everyone is taking it so well and not pointing to the white man as the culprit. You know, and kudos to you, Jay Prince, because I think dropping what you're dropping is food for thought, very valuable. And I think what it shows is that as men, we're maturing and we're understanding the things that we have suffered from our environment and how those things have been put upon us, whereas now we can make different decisions to change certain behavior. Obviously, we know some people can't change because they're too far gone. It's like an addict. You know, he's going to be an addict for the rest of his life. An alcoholic, he's going to be an alcoholic until he dies. Some people are like that. Cancer patient, stage 4, he's just going to have to die with cancer at some point. But there's some people who may realize that they have a problem and they're going to look for solutions. And those who may seek a solution, why I'm having this conversation is so we can find solutions and put things in places where we can have spaces where men can find the solutions to make a change. The hardcore Pookie in the hood that's violent, that's been in the joint 3-4 times, it's unlikely he's going to change. But there are younger brothers coming up who have not fully put both feet in yet, that potentially might just have one foot in, haven't taken a body or two. They may be salvageable. But Dave Miller just made a super chat. Thanks for the $5 super chat. He said most of our black billionaires have made their billions from selling black dysfunction. The gatekeepers of this have become us. Well, I'm not sure if you can actually say most. If you're talking to those who have made their money in sports or entertainment, I'll give you some grace in there. But there are other men who have made their money through business who have taken the long and hard road, who have not catered to the black dysfunction.
Yeah.
But you know
they just separated themselves, went a different route, and ended up where they ended up. Obviously, those who make the music and even in the movies, they profit from it and they have made themselves rich with the dysfunction. So you're absolutely right in that regard. I wouldn't use most, but I would definitely say some. Appreciate it. Thanks for the super chat. Go ahead, Jay Prince.
You know what, Mr. Lee? I know the part that y'all gonna dislike about me when we do talk about other races of men with this violent stuff. So on top of how we was brought up, right? They gave us boxing. You know, we try to emulate that type of stuff in the communities. Everybody try to be like Bruce Lee. Everybody try to be like Mike Tyson, Muhammad Ali, and we try to be like that in real life. Just like when we talk about the movies, the gangster movies. You know, we all try to be like Tupac on Juice, Ice Cube on Boys in the Hood, you know, stuff like that. So,
but you see, the thing is that other people go to the movies and they can sit in the movies and get the entertainment value. We go to the movies and we try to emulate it as though it's our reality. Like when white people go to the movies and see movies about Al Capone, they don't come back in the neighborhood and pretend that they're Italian mobsters and start killing people and tying cement rocks to whoever crossed them and throw them in the lake. But they enjoy the movie for what it is.
But when you think about white movies, they do emulate a lot of those movies. Like it's been white movies when they killing up a whole bunch of people and stuff like that.
Movies was made about what they did. They didn't see the movie and then go do it. See, we do it the opposite way around. We go see the movie and then we take the movie for inspiration and go do it. When the mob was the mob, when all them gangsters was around back in the early 20s selling bootleg and all that, they made movies about that long after it was passed.
Mm-hmm.
The Godfather and all that, they made movies about that long after it was passed. The Godfather didn't come first, and then people went and became Italian mobsters. They were Italian mobsters first, then they made the movies about it, and we saw it. We go see Scarface, and we want to be Scarface.
So do you think that all people just inherently
all people? We're talking about black people.
Violence within our nature?
Are you talking about all people or black people?
All people.
I'm talking about black people.
Well, I think black people I think we all got a little violence to us.
Everybody has violence in that. I'm not disputing that.
And sometimes it could be necessary.
And white people have a lot of violence in there. And I'm not talking about white people's violence. And I don't want to be distracted to talk about white people, East Indians, Chinese, Arabs, Africans. I don't want to talk about nobody's violence. I want to talk about our violence towards one another. That's the violence I want to talk about.
Well, see,
Gavin X, welcome to Sage Talk. I believe this is the first time you've come up on the panel. Appreciate it, brother.
Yes,
I'd love to hear your perspective on the discussion today.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, Mr. Lee. Appreciate it. Appreciate you having me on today. I'll definitely check you out. You know what I mean? I respect what you say up here. The black, are we genetically violent? It's all about our upbringing, right? So the problem is most of us are raised in like poverty situations. So that there alone is going to breed violence. So yeah.
So you're saying poverty breeds violence?
Yes. So that's be black people, white people, any country. You know what I mean? No matter where
were you here when I read off the top 8 countries in the world that are the poorest countries? Did you hear that list?
Okay. Now I'm talking about as far as I agree with you on that. I'm talking about as far as something like America, to where you have, you know, different classes, and then you have that poor class, and to where it's not like most of the people are, you know, impoverished. I agree with that. But when you have something like America, where there's so many different classes, the people at the bottom.
Okay, so let me see if I understand the logic that you're proposing. Because we in America are exposed to more rich people and a higher quality of life, we who don't have feel disadvantaged and get the desire that we want to take it.
It creates greed, creates a level of greed and envy. You know, so if you're growing up around all the people and everybody's pretty much the same level of income, that's not creating that appetite.
But most people in Black America come from Black America, the hood. And most people in the hood ain't rich.
That's true, but we got to drive through the rich neighborhoods and we go to the malls, and that's part. And the problem nowadays is internet, right? So when we were growing up, there was that separation, and we didn't have this knowledge. To now they can go on Instagram and they can see how people live, and that don't help matters either, right? So
okay, well, let me see. Nate P says violence is the most impactful memory. Now, I'm not sure what he means by memory. If he's referring to slave memory, I'm not sure. So you can expound on it with a second message to explain yourself. But I will say this, right? I've been like one of the brothers earlier was talking about Costa Rica. I've been there, but I haven't lived there. I've been to Mali, and I lived in Mali for quite some time. And I now live in Honduras, which is, it's definitely a country that is not rich, right? The unemployment is around 39, 40%. It's been that way at least for a decade since I've been here. But I don't find that there's violence among the people. I find the violence, there are two types of violence that I see here. One which have almost been snuffed out. One is extortion. You open up a business, somebody come knocking at your door, drop your phone number, call this number, find out how much you got to pay a week. If you don't pay, somebody turn up missing. That used to be very big in this country. So it's very difficult for new development and business. The last president, he had a 2-term. He has put a big kibosh on that. He squashed that. It's not as prevalent as it used to be. The other big problem is drugs. The drug issue is not, there are no people here that's addictive to drugs because nobody have enough disposable income to socialize and buy drugs like that. The drug cartel market is the transit of drugs as it comes down from South America into Mexico and then into the United States. So here is just a thoroughfare. It's just the transiting of drugs. But for the territory that they control, if you get into those issues with men that are in those territories, the violence is swift and it's deliberate, right? So that's the degree of violence that you have. But the common people in the society, just because they're poor, they're not killing their neighbors or other people that have more money than them. So that's why I find it difficult to accept the fact that just because you don't have money equals you have to be violent. Okay. And you have to kill someone who have more than you.
I agree. Can I elaborate a little bit more?
Sure, absolutely. That's why I made my point, so you can clarify. I appreciate that.
There you go, because that's just like part of it, right? That's a small part of it. I think, there we go. So you kind of brought it back home because I didn't get out what I wanted to. But anyways,
sure.
I think a lot of it's kind of rooted in violence, right? Just us in this country. I guess we can only speak on the last, 400 or 500 years, right?
Okay.
In America. So it's hard for me, I was kind of painting with a broad brush when I was saying that. So I take off, you know what I mean? So this is all kind of rooted in violence. So, and I'm sure like in the country you're in, there's more unity amongst the people.
Exactly.
Right? So there's no unity in the Black community. You don't even care about your neighbor, right? So let alone
we don't even know who our neighbors are.
Exactly. So
some of us, yeah.
So that's part of the violence right there. If I don't know who you are, I'm more prone to not care what happens to you, right?
Exactly.
So,
as opposed to back in the 50s and 60s and 70s when the Black communities was more united and people knew their neighbors. They knew their brothers and sisters of their neighbors. Yep. The woman across the street that knew my mother, she saw me doing something wrong. She could tell my mother. She could tell me she's going to tell my mother. Then she'd tell my mother. And I got a whipping or I got in trouble depending on what I was doing. Today, you tell a kid, you tell their mama, the kid will curse you out, then the mama come and curse you out.
Well, did you catch the video of the kid, smoking on the front porch in front of the Ring camera? And the young girl, she was smoking, she was blowing the smoke into the, the Ring cameras.
Yeah. Them Amazon little Ring cameras that they sell.
It's linked to your phone. She knows it. And anytime something moves, you're going to get that buzz. And she's standing this girl's probably 8 years old.
Wow.
And she's smoking the joint on the front porch. And she don't care. She's blowing into the camera. And somebody then had to post that to the internet, right? So it's just all bad.
Right, which means the person that can post it is who that camera connect, whose phone that camera connects to.
Exactly. So why would you even put
Which means that people don't even have the personal wherewithal to check their own children.
Well, the book said that they were ruled by women and children. So when you see when you see what I was saying before about the social engineering part, that's what I was saying. Like, this is social engineering. We don't. The family is destroyed. The black family is destroyed, and we didn't just do it. And I'm not saying, okay, there you go, he wants to blame the government, blame the white man. That's why I say you're not going to be able to solve this unless you could clean out the roaches, but there's an infestation. The source of it came from somewhere. It doesn't matter if you made a choice. If I bring the drugs in, you clear the neighborhood of drugs, but I'm still bringing it in. It doesn't matter. The people there's going to always be somebody who's going to sell drugs and somebody's going to use them. If you have to look at, man, Bertrand Russell, who's a social engineer, and Edward Bernays, he made women start smoking back in the 40s. When you see those movies, those old movies with the cigarette curling
to
up,
make it cool.
Yeah, and the cigarette holder, they made that fashionable, man. Those women didn't say, well, they started with voting. They said, well, they put them in an Easter Day parade. Debutantes at that time was like Paris Hilton and Kim Kardashian, who were popular and moral
children of the rich and famous.
And they put cigarettes, they told them to put a cigarette in their mouth, and they say if men could vote, women could vote. If men could smoke, women could smoke too. And all the women started smoking like they were doing something. But that was put up by J.R. Reynolds, R.J. Reynolds, the tobacco company, through Edward Bernays. And he got the whole world of white women smoking instantly, overnight. You are not aware these decisions are not your own. So when
I'll give you some credence to that.
Yeah,
but I think that when you have that type of master plan, it's perpetrated on the entire society.
Of course, but what I'm saying, if you don't want to admit that, you talk about 85%.
But I think we all know about COINTELPRO, the FBI, the CIA, and Margaret Sanger, and all these different different people throughout history who have taken a deliberate effort to try to suppress the growth and the expansion of black people. We know that. And even more so now that we live in an age and time where information is prevalent, where there's easy access for us to be able to self-help and self-teach. It seems as though we do less with more. When it was more difficult for us to read, we risk our life to read. Now that it's free and able for us to read, nobody wants to read.
Well, it's the deliberate dumbing down of America. It's been reissued, I think, twice, where this Charlotte Iserby, this older white lady, she's like 80-something years old. She went through the entire Department of Education, and she showed how they would bring homosexuality and drugs into the population through the schools. And
that
they
was
did
done
it.
through done through the psychologists in the medical field. Okay, but let me just address this this commenter, Daniel Levy. Honduras is one of the most violent countries in the world. If you go by the statistics, if you go by what the U.S. have said in the past, because it's no longer so, just like they say Mexico is very violent. And over 1.2 million people have immigrated to Mexico in the past 2 years since the pandemic, and they have a different report.
Yeah.
I've lived in Honduras now well over a decade. I've never been stopped by the cops once. Once. I've never witnessed any violence of anybody getting killed. The first year I was in this country, in the state where I live, there was one murder, and they put it on the front page of the newspaper. The crimes that are committed in this country are primarily all drug related. Now, those crimes are vicious. Granted, I know, because I knew a guy several years ago who he got taken out, his whole family, him, his mother, his wife. But they warned him 3 times.
Yeah,
But
well,
he wouldn't listen.
he was in that business. That's what you're saying.
He was siphoning business.
Yeah.
If you're not in the malas, you can't do business in their territory.
Yeah.
And they usually don't tell you more than once. They told him several times because his brother lived. And I knew them well. So he had a nice restaurant not too far from my house. You know, this is when I lived on the beach. I had a nice house on the beach some years ago. So I knew a lot of the restaurateurs and people that had owners of the hotels and so forth there. We hung out. And trust me, the propaganda is bigger than the reality. You could come to this country and walk the street day and night, particularly as a man. Women won't do that, right? It's not safe for women. I'll agree with that. But for men, you definitely have a certain level of safety within the country.
Mm-hmm.
If you're not messing with nobody, ain't nobody gonna mess with you. So, you know, obviously, well, the capital is very dangerous. It's more dangerous than Cortez, where I live, right? But even the danger and the violence in the capital have receded significantly from the last president that ran the country. He did a good job. Many people didn't like him, but I liked him because he was more Republican nationalist type. He was a no nonsense type of guy, but he still had his hand in the cookie jar, from what it seems like. So they're trying to extradite him to the United States for prosecution for money laundering, right? That's the conversation. So there is violence, but as a black man, I could go into the richest hotel, which is the Hilton Princess. I've been there several times, or anywhere downtown, and I'll never be accosted by the cop. And I've been to one of the most dangerous neighborhood, which is Medina, and didn't have no problem. Now, obviously, some neighborhoods, when you go in, you got to be introduced. You got to go with the right people. I mean, going into a hood is a hood. And if you know how to move in a hood, you just don't run up in no hood and you don't know nobody. You got to be taken in there by people who know the hood, and they can introduce you to a couple of people, and you know your situation is good. But the bottom line is, violence don't come your way unless you step on somebody's toes. They're just not randomly killing you for the sake thereof. Now, yes, there was a time 12 years ago when if you were rich and you were known to be rich, you could be kidnapped. A lawyer friend of mine, his wife was kidnapped. He got her back alive. But this was at the tail end of when the government said, you know what? This is it. We're not going to deal with this crap anymore. They started a whole new elite police department called the Tigre, which is Tiger, the Tiger Force. When they got launched, in 2 years, they didn't play no games. Just like El Salvador. You guys saw what El Salvador did a year ago? Young president. He let the military and the police go on the drug dealers. In a month, they rounded up about 6,000 drug dealers. Took them all down. Put them all in the prison together. Drug dealers, gangs, the whole bit. Put them all in the same prison together. Like, kill yourselves off. They ain't playing no games, man. Some of these leaders, they don't have the political bullshit that America has to deal with to be effective. They cleaned up their problem. Sometimes when you have a big problem, you need a heavy hand. And I think that's why so many men like Donald Trump, because Donald Trump came across as though I'll get the job done. I'll get my hands dirty if some people don't want to get their hands dirty. And I think that was why both black men and white men sided with him in many situations, even though he may came across as discriminatory and maybe even racist in some people's mind. But Latinos And Mexicans voted for Donald Trump more than blacks. And he was attacking them more than he attacked blacks.
Mm-hmm.
So the thing is, they come from a patriarchy mindset and they understand strong leadership. Black people, we like the Democrats. We like people to give us free shit. And let me tell you something, man. Whenever somebody give you free shit, there's something else behind it that you don't know that they're pulling over your eye. I don't like free shit.
Mm-hmm.
Even here, when I go to the supermarket, sometimes they give you a free drink. They got some hors d'oeuvres and stuff for you to sample food. I take the drink, but I don't take the food. But I know there's something behind it. They're trying to market me to buy something, whatever, right? But we as a people, because we have been so much have been taken away from our ancestors, that we now act as though because they owe us, the country owe us, like we always want free shit. We don't want to just go out and get. And there's some of us who do go out and get. And
I
those
think
who
we
go
use
out
that
and
as a
get,
crutch.
they do achieve. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Stephen.
I think we use that as a crutch because
crutch.
like I always hear that, we used to be slaves, stuff like that. Yeah, I get it. We used to be all that, but what are we going to do now? You know, they keep using slavery and the civil rights era as a crutch. Like, okay, I completely understand we went through all that as a people, but what are we going to do now? We got to move forward. You know, going back to the original question, I think Black culture makes a perpetual cycle of violent people. Our culture is toxic. Like,
what I think is, if you want reparations, you got to make yourself strong to get reparations.
Reparations will be the worst thing for Black people, unless it's
number one, I don't think we're going to get it, but to the degree that some states may pay something, it's not going to be justifiable for the crimes that were committed. I think the way Black people could get reparation is for Black people to become a strong group of people. We are a small, so the census say, or so white people say, that we are a small group in America. 14%, 15%, 12%, whatever the variable number is. We could focus on building ourselves up to become a very smart, technically savvy, rich, wealthy Black community, just like how the Jews in Crown Heights in Brooklyn have done for themselves, and be secular, separate ourselves from everybody else, spend our money within. People always want to talk about Black Wall Street, but what made Black Wall Street strong was they spend their money within themselves continuously. They didn't go out to buy from white people.
I agree with that, but our culture perpetuates a cycle that does not feed into it. Like they always say, if you're going to school, going to college, or you're white, or if you talk straight, you're white. Why are you acting white? This is that. It's like they bring down.
You know what? That is psychology. It's no different than who hurt you. You can't pay that type of mind talk. You can't pay that no attention. It's something to make you feel inadequate, to make you change your behavior to be more like something that you know is dysfunctional. People didn't. You know who accused me of speaking well? It wasn't Black people. It was white people. They were like, you're different. You speak different. I'm like, no, I'm just like other Black people. No, because I know what that is. That is a way to separate you from the rest, to try to placate you against other Black people. So I didn't fall for that. But at the same time, I don't allow Black people to tell me because I speak well or I dress differently, I wear suits back in the day when I did, that somehow I'm a sellout and I'm now a white person. They said that to me in my 20s. They would have got capped in the mouth right off the bat.
I still think our culture doesn't perpetuate like advancement. I mean, all we do, our media is all about popping bottles, spending our money, city girls, stuff like that. And it's like, where do they promote us to be engineers or plumbers or technicians?
But you know, that's something. See, we don't with the internet and with YouTube and platforms like YouTube and more coming about, going online, we don't need main media that existed before to cast the image of black men, black women, or the black community or black families. We can create our own image. We can create our own positive image. And I'm hoping next month that I'll be able to launch some things that I want to put out so we can start working on that.
But look what you look
our
what you,
youth.
I'm sorry, go ahead. I'm
Say
sorry.
again?
So I think our youth absorbs the media like a sponge, and
Which is true.
And the media is turning, but it hasn't turned yet, and they're still receiving all this Pookie and Ray Ray stuff, you know, and our culture doesn't perpetuate education, like all this stuff. What Factor when he's saying
supposedly they perpetuate it for the females.
Yeah, but men are supposed to lead the community, and yes, to perpetuate for the females, but look where it got us now. You know, we need to push our men to, hey, you guys need to go to school instead of stop trying to be sports athletes and rappers. You know, go back to school, stuff like that.
Like I said, we need to find a unique way on how we can promote that image online. Kevin Samuels became so masterful at what he did on YouTube that he broke through the barrier and came out into mainstream. And a lot of his information is still in the mainstream, whether it's on TikTok or whether it's on YouTube or many other platforms that I'm not even familiar with, right? So he's out there, but he's not going to be the only one from this space that can break out. And I think we as black men who see something different, want something different, have to be able to create that new image of what we see and what we want. Forget about the white man, forget about mass media, and just focus and do what we want.
Yeah,
because we could get the result, and we're a people that the world follows what we set down as a leadership.
Yeah.
The things that we lead and do, the world follows. So it's only a matter of time for us to be able to hit that right note, to create that right image, to put forth that right idea, and it's going to take off. Go ahead. Sorry about that, Con.
And they're following us in our savagery. So imagine what they would do in our mastery. What I'm saying to you, man, we're like when they train an elephant, they put a big card chain on his neck from a baby.
On his foot, actually.
Yeah.
So he doesn't walk off.
As he tries to run off, they lengthen it and it jerks him back. And they lengthen it again. He thinks he's free because he went farther than the last time, and it jerks him back again till he just stops. So a 120-pound white girl could just drag him around a circus on a little rope for cosmetic purposes, and she's controlling this big 5,000-pound animal. And we're doing the same thing as if we have to act. The internet already tweaks white main media. They take internet talking points. All we have to do, Kevin Samuels did that. The number of followers that he has, even to this point, should not be able to do that, have that kind of effect that it had if you're looking at the numbers. But the words were so strong.
He transcended.
So direct. It hit like nuclear. So what I'm saying, we have to no holds barred as men. Look, man, a child responds to your voice than they will to a man, a woman, your wife's voice.
Yeah,
absolutely.
A child, it's in them. These booty monsters, man, just go there. They can't play no word games with you.
But I do say this is that
they can't take a hard, truthful, moral critique from a man. They're gonna do one thing. They're gonna walk off cussing and sit down, or they're gonna cave, just like they did with Kevin. They can't argue with you. Just put them down, man. Megan Thee Stallion.
Some of them caved, but some of them fought back to the end, right?
They
and some of them rejoiced at his passing. The message that he is bring forth is not going anywhere, and it's growing.
But the truth of what he said is out. The horse is out the gate now.
Absolutely.
So what I'm saying, as men, bro, tonight, get on the phone with other men who ain't taking this and go. Listen, man, there are men behind Cardi B, Megan Thee Stallion, and they're black. But
and they're making money though.
But they're going to other black men, other black women, pushing all of this stuff on us, dude. So our women, we letting the devil come in the house, ring the doorbell, talk to your children, talk to your woman, and talk you up out of influence in your own house. And
well, they have a bigger platform. They have a bigger platform for influence, and that's where we lack. You know.
Well, see, no, but that's my whole point.
They have a manufactured platform.
That's right, and it appears
bigger than what we got.
But listen, though, dude, it appears to be stronger than what it is. That's why I was telling you about Oprah and Gail when they did that to Kobe. And then after they did it to Michael, we were all mad. They wouldn't give you, it wouldn't pay attention to it. But that with Kobe, that was like broke the camel's back.
Right. She got called out for that.
We deleted them, dude, overnight. They know not to bring them in front of us, bro. They know not. You haven't seen them try to influence black population with nothing. You have to pay.
Well, mostly come at black men, because what they were doing was coming at black men.
Of course,
they were trying to discredit black men.
Of course, and what they do, listen, man. Black girls been maturing. We were in school, coming out of school in the 80s. It was in biology. Girls mature in general 7 to 8 years, sometimes 9 ahead of boys.
But you know what? I don't believe that.
So when we listen,
I don't believe that, because we don't see that in the behavior of our women today.
My grandmother, my grandfather was 17, 15 years older than my grandmother, just like everybody else on here. Me and Julio down at the schoolyard, Paul Simon, she's just 16 years old.
No, the thing is that what you're saying, though, is that the society was structured in such a way that a young woman at 16, 17 would marry a man older than her, 10 years or more older than her, and she matured to that man. And because she had children, she learned how to be a mother and be responsible as a woman. But taking that out of the equation, and you just raise children, boys and girls together, their maturity is relatively the same.
Listen, man, they scientifically,
because these women today, you heard them on Kevin Samuel's show, 35, 42-year-old woman talking like they 16 years old.
Yeah, I understand all that, but what I'm saying, you can't let them trap you. Listen, man, listen to this. What's the church? St. Thomas the More. You know the school, right? The church, right?
No,
now
I'm not aware of it.
Overnight, it just became St. Thomas More. They dropped the O and they actually have him as a last name More. Now, why you say, what does that have to do with what we're talking about? What I'm saying, they're controlling the narrative. They're taking things away before your eyes like they never existed.
Well,
overnight, St. Thomas the More, which is the black man, St. Thomas the More, the black, became St. Thomas More, like that's his last name. And they actually had the nerve to add an E. Pull it up online right now. Overnight, they just did this and nobody said anything.
Well, the thing is, I mean, I have said, and many people have said, that 50 years from now, Michael Jackson would be a white man.
Absolutely.
Right?
That's what I'm talking about.
Mike Tyson would be a white man. Muhammad Ali would be a white man. The thing is, if the projection of destruction continue the way it is with black people and how we are falling, that is possible.
Yes.
But as black men, if we don't take the reign and take charge and change the trajectory of what others may be attempting to do, we're the only ones that are the guardian of whether or not our people survive.
Exactly.
There are women promoting the extinction or the killing of black boys.
That's right.
What they don't realize is that if we die, they die, because our seed is male and female. The only thing they could bring back is the man that they sleep with.
The snake goes to Eve, bro.
There you go.
So
goes to Eve.
that is very limited thinking with our women, but let it be. There are some women amongst our people and some men amongst our people that may be beyond the ability to cross over, whatever that crossover is going to be. But we as men have to set that path as to what's going to happen next in the next 20, 25 years with us as a community. Are we going to have a net worth value of 0 or less than $5 as a black community 2053 has been projected? Or is it going to be something different? We can alter that and change that.
Will you be 0? Will you be here?
Well, we're going to be here. They're not going to exterminate us. They need us. They need us to continue to work their society. One of the things that people fail to realize that black people are the most ingenuitive people on the planet. More than half of the invention and discoveries in America was created by us. They were credited to others, but was created by us.
Oh yeah, I believe that.
So they want us here. They just don't want us to be in power here.
I talked to my friend, and he knows what he's talking about. They have funeral homes. It's up 200 and 300%. And it ain't killing 25, 35, 40-year-old heart attacks and strokes. Suicides are 99% black males, young.
Well, see, one of the things that we don't get reports on is the fentanyl community's death rate. And I do know 1 or 2 people who know the numbers in those communities, and it outshadows us by far. Trust me.
All that's fine. But I'm telling you.
But that's affecting them, so that's not my concern. I'm not going to speak on that. I'm speaking on what we can do to not only make our society or our people survive, but how can we thrive after we come out of whatever situation we're in right now. This degraded low space that we're in as a community, as a people, our women and our children and our men, how do we get out of it and how do we come out stronger? That's the conversation I want to have. Trigger Mike, welcome to the conversation. How you doing, brother? After you, I'm going to shut this thing down in the next 20 minutes at the 6 hour and a half mark.
Awesome. Thanks for having me. What's up, fellas? How everybody doing?
Okay, man.
Yeah. Interesting topic. I mean, I speak on it sometimes in the house, trying to break the cycle. But man, these topics get contentious when you try to talk about them, with women, modern women, even young men, these simps. Boy, you try to bring this one out, it goes into a victim Olympics. Is that what they're calling it now?
Pretty much.
Yeah. So,
well, that's why I tried to set up some boundaries to the conversation in the beginning, so we can really be focused and maybe separate our emotions from the reality and from the subject, which I know is a triggering subject to begin with, because it's something that white people could run with or have said. But the point is, we have to look at this situation square in the face.
Yep.
There are a lot of black people who are killing black people. Period. Women and men. And we got to deal with this one way or the other. So address that.
I mean, yeah. So the topic, it says, are black people genetically violent? Genetically, absolutely not. The reason why I say that is because I'm trying to take a 3,000-yard view and look at it, the bigger picture. Black people in this country suffer from a disproportionate amount of poverty and have been over time. So you see that it is the impoverished, right? It's the reason why I can't accept that is because, I have a son, I have a daughter. All right. We are a middle to upper middle class family, and we live in an environment where I can almost guarantee you my kids will not end up like kids in the hood because I'm here. Right. So I will never take the bet to where I would say my children are predisposed to violence, to criminality, to ending up in jail because they are black. But the issue is that, it's a tenfold problem when you really
let me ask you, did you make the argument that it's because of economics?
Well, what I'm saying is that if you take a black person and give them a good upbringing, good education, they're going to end up the same or better than every other person in there. They're going to compete at the same level as everyone else. What I'm saying more so is that we have to look at it when I'm looking at it like this. For black people who say, well, black people aren't really violent, it is because the environment has not changed. That is one. And two is that because we've perpetuated a cycle where women have so much say so and women are in charge, you see the cycle over and over with the bad choices of women and isolating the father out of the home and all of those factors that have proved to be detrimental to the progress of the black community as a whole. So really what it is that cycle of poverty, bad behavior, and bad decision making that really no one can, I can honestly say nobody's going to change it. That's why I believe things like gentrification is an inevitability. Like these people are just coming to take their property back because y'all aren't doing anything with it.
Or they're not smart enough to keep it.
But then how is it gentrification? Because usually if you understand how gentrification works, you're priced out.
Yep.
Well,
so it's not really gentrification, it's just relocation.
Like in my neighborhood right now, back in New York, I have some of my ex-neighbors. They're selling off their family homes for $1 million. And I asked him, yo, all right, now that you got this money, what are you going to do with them? What are you going to do with it? Excuse me. He said, oh, I'm going to help my girl get her own beauty salon, and I'm going to open up a studio. I'm like, I'm like, really? Like in my head, I'm like, all right, 5 years, you're going to be broke. I mean, you're not going to be doing anything that's going to be investing, like no wonder they gentrify because
but he could easily take out a home equity loan for $100,000 and build her a fancy salon.
Yeah, he could have, but he chose to sell off his home.
Right.
Now, my whole neighborhood now is full of Muslims. Don't get me wrong, they're cool and all stuff like that, but it's full of Muslims and stuff like that. I would rather be black people, like refinance their home, making it better. But my whole neighborhood, they're just buying it out. It's like so
that's because we're short-sighted.
Yeah.
Like we talk a lot about legacy and generational wealth. We know it as a conversational piece, but we don't know what it really looks like within a people. We have a problem with white people who have generational wealth. Now, granted, many of them got their wealth illegally and through the backs of our people. Granted. True. But they understand the concept well and they execute the concept well. Whereas we don't execute the concept well. Because if our women understand the concept of wealth, generational wealth, when our parents didn't have money, they stuck together. Now that we have money, we get divorced and rip the income apart, as opposed to using that income and that wealth and assets to leverage that assets to buy additional assets.
Every generation has to start
half
over.
of the building on the block. So
Mr.
you are
Lee,
renting the retail space on the ground floor in the building that you own. You could rent out the retail space for 2 and 3 times the rent of an apartment above.
Absolutely. And Mr. Lee, what I usually say is that I cannot believe, like I can't find any other word to describe it other than stupid. And when people ask me, hey, you and your wife and how long are you going to be married? I'm like, forever. She's going to have to leave me for our marriage to end because I'm not that stupid. And they'll be like, what do you mean? I'm like, look, in my culture, I'm Nigerian. People don't get divorced for nothing. And I mean, people can literally be at odds with each other where maybe they're not living in the same home, but they're not getting an actual divorce. Because one thing I have rarely ever seen, I have never seen people divorce into financial prosperity. They divorce into financial ruin. Their quality of life is severely taken down by breaking up their homestead that way. So that's why, to me, if I look at the catastrophe that is my life, if I divorce my wife, I'm good. Whatever she did, I'll get over it because it's not that I feel like I have an actual chance at generational wealth.
Well, you want to put in a good effort.
Exactly.
to make sure it works.
Exactly.
And that obviously that comes with choosing the right woman from the beginning. But I did want to make highlight of this comment that I saw. Roosevelt Kennedy, she says, I blame the black church. They told us to love everybody. And that is so true because we tend to love everybody, but we don't love ourselves
at all.
We forgive everybody for their crimes against us, but we hold grudges against each other forever. So, the black church interpretation of scripture was wrong.
Yeah.
And they have used it to weaken us as a people.
Yeah.
So yes, we have done a lot of friendly fire upon ourselves to make the job of those who wanted to cripple us even so much so. But in spite of that, I still think that we should and we can overcome and find a way out. And that's why I try to have this space for black men so we can have these hard conversations and leave the emotions to the side and really delve into what is the problem and what do we think are possible solutions. Because I'm not saying there's one solution. Many problems can have many solutions. But if we can attack one or two at a time and make some real headway and dent in it, we can turn this situation around to some degree. And I really like the image factor, and that's something that I want to focus on. I think changing the minds come with the image that is implanted in the mind. And if we can find a way to promote different images of black men and later black families with black sons and black daughters, definitely we also have to approach black success and what that looks like. Because every black man is not going to be an athlete. Every black man is not going to be a rapper.
Less than 1%. Less than 1%.
So we have to we have to be able to show the success of other black men that choose other routes to gain their success, and how it's longer term, it's less high risk, and it's more enduring and self-satisfying.
That's right.
You can do it till you're 70 years old, as opposed to a sports. By the time you're in your mid-30s, you're done.
Absolutely. And in addition to that, there are some behaviors we have to change. Personally, I'll say one of the things that I started doing is that, number one, we got to take this underculture out of the mainstream. We got to stop letting these rappers, these tatted up people with all this, speak for us like they are the pillars of the black community, especially the men. We got to take all the twerking off TV, and more so in this particular space, we need to let women know and not be afraid to know, like you said, Kevin Samuels wasn't afraid to let them know. We do not approve of this behavior.
That's right.
The men of the black community do not approve. So it doesn't matter what they do after that, as long as the world knows we do not approve, so they can separate. So
and we need to come down with a heavy hand.
Exactly.
And there have to be consequences.
Absolutely. And what I was going to say about me personally is that I'm done. I can no longer give young black boys advice. Like, for some reason, I was so fed up with their behavior at a time in my life that I would just give that kind of passing by thing like, oh, you could do it too, man. Stay in your grind, stay in school, peace. And I realized what I was actually doing in there was these young black boys do not have anybody that wants to take any further investment in them. Because what really happened to me was that I hit a wall at a time in my young life where I just wanted someone to go past that level of advice for me, where somebody said, you know what, you remind me of me. Meet me here on this date. I'm going to show you these 3 things. You're going to do that. You're going to sign up for this. We'll talk after. I'm going to start doing that more when black boys ask me for advice. Because
that's a good point, because I've heard Logic say, him and his buddy, once a month or twice a month, they meet up with some kids that are, somewhat problematic, but take them out to dinner, have a conversation with them, build a rapport, and then start to, over time, show them a different perspective about life, so they can imagine something more, so they can start looking at themselves as having the opportunity and the possibility to be more than just what's in the hood.
Yep.
But the other part of it, of what he has mentioned that he encountered, was the mothers of these kids, the boys. That sometimes the mother wants to try to establish a relationship with him, which then caused him to have to cut the kids off. Right. So that's something very delicate of a balance when you're dealing with a young teenager and you're trying to help, especially if you're not set up as an institution or an organization.
Yeah.
Because people in spite can slander you when they don't get what they want. And we know our women tend to, to react emotionally when they don't get their way, or if a man reject them. So definitely we have to be careful how we move as we try to attempt to help the youngest of us, the young generation that's coming up, if we can influence them in a more positive way. But there's a lot of young men in their teens that are finding the manosphere and listen in. So, even in this space, we have an opportunity to at least plant some seeds. And then as we get more opportunity to put things on the ground in different states, we'll look to do that. But I definitely want to thank everybody for tuning in to Sage Talk. We're at that 6.5 hour mark. I wanted to try to keep it at 4 hours, but the conversation was definitely lit. And all you guys definitely, spoke straightforward. And I like that. So, Gavin X, if you've got a couple of last words you want to say.
Sure.
After that, Stefan, Khan, and then Trigger Mike.
I was going to get in here. Last thing I was going to say, I've been talking to people lately about, kind of what you're saying about how we can find solutions. I think it's going to take a couple of generations, right? So what I was thinking more along the line of, it's easy for us to buy a car, a house, or it's not easy, right? You got to go through all these steps. And I think there need to be steps for people who want to have children. If you want to deeply have children, you should be able to have a decent credit score, do some hours of training or anything along those lines.
But we definitely have to, and I think through the Black manosphere space, we need to be the space for the image of what a strong Black man look like, of what a strong Black family look like, both boys and daughters, sons and daughters, and a good wife, what that looks like. We need to paint that picture, and we need to promote that picture. And if the government want to get involved to give us money, we need to give them the finger. We'll take private investment, but we need to tell the government to kick rocks.
There you go.
Because we know when the government get involved, it's all about some type of overthrow. And we can't be seduced by the money. We've gone through the Superfly era, the Mac era, Jim Brown, 3 the hard way. We've been through so many eras of how Black men have tried to stand up, and we have been uprooted and overturned by the society at large. We should know all the games by now. And whatever we do and whatever we build from this point going forward, that's why Kevin Samuels used to always say, Black male media owned and produced and provided by Black men. Period.
Right.
Period. And we got to fund that.
That's right.
So thank you very much. The Con Factor, any last words?
Yeah, man. I just on what you're saying, like I said, it's on the men. We need to take control over this. The women gonna respond to your voice just like a child does. They don't want to admit that, but you're gonna see it. And we just have to do it and call it out, man. With zero tolerance for all these booty monsters, all that is up. Time is up, partner. Dad is home. It's over. It's over.
Daddy's home. I like that. Daddy's home.
You want to let the devil use you to destroy our girls? It's up, partner. It's over with. That's
Absolutely.
it. And I think the majority of the people who I talk to feel like that. But they feel watching these other women clap and applaud these little booty chicks. And man, you got 40 and 50-year-old women on TikTok dancing with their daughters.
Crazy.
Some of these chicks
Crazy.
were 15 and 16 when they had them. Man, we got to kill all of that.
We got to slam that.
They're not used to any consequences for their actions. They love compliments. They're very insecure. Blow them down. Burn it down.
And we got to get black men to back it, to not support that type of behavior, because sometimes many black men, they're just emotional like their mama, so they just react to things and think it's funny.
Exactly.
They may not see the long-term consequence of what the fallout from a situation like that type of behavior does. The girl is 5, 6, 7 years old now, but
That's
7 years she's gonna be 15, 16, 17 years old. Then
That's
what?
Right. That's right. Just blow them down.
Stefan?
I think thanks for having me again. And I think the youth, man, that's where we need to start. I mean, I've said this before. The adults that kind of a lost cause. There's still hope, but we need to start the youth. Start with them. Start teaching them what it means to be a man. That hey, we are more than just athletes. We're more than just singers and rappers. Like we need to rebuild our foundation as a people, because that's where we need to start. If you can, go to the schools or set up an after-school program. Start helping these boys steer them in the right direction. Because not from the time, when you get out of high school up till you're 39, you pretty much have no excuse as an adult not to make it in America. Because you could do so many things, and if you mess up your life so much that you can't break out, I mean, you can't take that to court. You can't take that, to people and say, "Hey, I messed up." It's your fault.
When you get out of high school, it takes you a few years to get on your feet, to figure things out.
It does, but as long as you're on the right path, you're gonna make it. But you got up to 39 that you could enlist into the military for reserves or whatever. And then once you pass that, it's like, okay, you need to be doing something.
But that's why I think in this space we have to have a resounding message that is like a drumbeat, that as you become 17, 18, 19, to be able to tune in to these spaces, get the message so it can help you make good direction, get coaching if necessary from leaders in this space to lead you in the right direction. All right, to get your mind pointed north instead of been going south all your life, right? Get you back centered again. Trigger Mike? Any last words?
My last words for black people in general is run. Okay. Don't be afraid to stand on your square 100% alone if that's what it takes. And what I really mean by run is stop looking for approval from those who have no life trajectory, nothing to show for their life. The only thing you owe the hood is a good example. Okay. And they can meet you where you're at. You don't have to go back in there.
I like that.
You can let people know that you care. You can let them know that you are there, but you tell them to meet you where you're at, because you're not going back. I've noticed that one thing black people do, like I said, run. And when you see something break out and one black person start running that way, everybody's going to try to run that way too. What they need to know is that people will not budge. The people that are setting good examples, the people that are saying, I will not stand for this debauchery, I will not stand for being misrepresented in the media. When they see enough black men doing that and realize that these men have the outcomes, they're not looking over the shoulder for their police. They live in the same house with the same woman. Those kids look just like him. They're going to realize that this is a life of simplicity. This is a life of peace and not chaos. And they will naturally want to follow this example. Right now, what they think what they're doing is cool. And it's what, like somebody said, don't let the devil lead you. They're letting the devil lead them into destruction and devilish behavior. So they need to see more from us.
And it seems like it's fun and entertaining.
Exact. That's what I meant to say. They just seem like it's fun and it's something they want to be doing. And the worst part about it is that they believe that they can turn back at any time. But you are who you are after a certain point in time. You've already caused so much damage to yourself, to your family, to the illegitimate kids that you have birthed. So everybody doing the right thing. Do not worry about the vitriol or the hate or the judgment from your community. You get the gold star by simply being yourself. All you owe the hood is a good example.
I'm gonna steal that, by the way.
Well said. Well said. I'd like to shout out Juana Washington. Thanks for the super chat, $5. I agree, Mr. Lee. I voted Trump because he played no games and held everybody accountable. And I'm a so-called black woman. Absolutely. And the fact that you and 8% other black women stood up in the last election. But you know, the funny thing is that very few people talk about 56% of white women voted for Donald Trump.
No. That's right.
56% of white women voted for Donald Trump. See, white women know when it comes to leadership, they want a strong man at the helm. Black women want an LGBT at the helm. You know, just right before I sign off, I think what Fox Soul did to Umar Johnson, and I'm not a follower of Umar Johnson.
Yeah.
I don't have no feelings towards him one way or the other. But I think what they did to him, you know, in the past couple of weeks, by not, it's just, it's not professional for you to have a guest on and to portray someone as a female and they're trans and not let your guests know in the green room or in the back chat or whatever before you begin the show. Knowing that he's a respected man and what his position is on that particular topic, and allowed him to call her queen and all these different things.
We need to crash.
We need to crash that station.
Crash
that YouTube channel.
Crash it.
As black men, we need to crush that.
Crash it. That's right.
And we need to use women that follow us to crash that station.
Yeah.
Put them out of business. Put that woman out of business, and the rest of every other YouTuber on Fox Soul.
Yeah.
We need to break them.
Cancel
We
them.
need to put them out of business.
Yeah.
Because as men, we need to take the hard reins of leadership. And it's going to have to be hard because doing it the soft way just ain't going to work. Negotiation, how can I say? I've been in negotiation most of my life, and I've been very good at it. And one of the key pillars of negotiation is that you have to be able to walk away from the table when you know you put down a good deal. And what I say to this is, whatever we put forth that we know is a good deal for our community as black people and black men, we got to come hard, because we're gonna have to bring black men in ship shape first, and then we have to take the flack of black women and bring them into ship shape next. And there are gonna be many casualties, and so be it. At war, there's always casualties. You know what the U.S. does when they have casualties? They don't show them on TV no more. That's what they do.
That's right.
We're going to do the same thing. When we got casualties, we ain't going to show it. We're going to show you the successes and the wins until we crush them. And this is a fight that we can win.
Sure
we
is.
just got to be ready. We got to be ready to stand up for it. Because yes, black people are not genetically violent. And yes, environment have a lot to do with it. And yes, the raising of black boys by single mothers has a lot to do with it and contributes to it. Poverty has the least to do with it. Good character, good ethics, and good moral behavior. Those things have nothing to do with money. Because the FBI can bring a truck full of guns and park it in a black neighborhood doesn't mean black kids got to go get those guns. They could leave it right there. How can I say? We sanction our own demise and then blame it on those who set the trap for us, because it's like the rat getting pissed at the guy who set the cheese in the trap because the rat took the cheese. Like, really? Shouldn't have took the cheese.
You know, other communities don't fall for it. The FBI would plant their own people in Muslim mosques to try to make them group up and do terrorist shit. The Muslims will report the FBI informant, hey, this guy's crazy. Come get this guy. Every single time. You know? So you're right.
When they gave, maybe I'm not gonna go there. It's been a good conversation today, and I don't want this show to get flagged for anything, so I'm not gonna say something that potentially will take it there, because this can get the conversation going for another hour. Anyway, hey guys, I really thank you a lot for stepping up. Everybody in the chat, appreciate your contributions. Everyone who made a super chat, memberships. Tune in again for another great Sage Talk next Sunday. I try to bring it, and I try to bring it hard and straight. Have a good Sunday. Enjoy the rest of your evening. This is Sage signing out.
Peace.
Thank you, everybody. Have a good night.